Hello everyone, I am Mun Nightmare Thief. You can call me Mun, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from, and what time are you watching? If you watch this video before midnight, that's great. You can rest easy and drift into sleep. But if you're watching it after midnight, be careful. Make sure to check if your doors are securely locked, because this hour is dangerous. Do not open the door if you hear any strange noises. Now, grab your blanket and pillow, relax, and get ready to fall asleep. The headlights appeared out of nowhere, twin beams cutting through the darkness behind me. I squinted at the rearview mirror, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. Where had this truck come from? The highway had been empty for miles. It was well past midnight, and I was on the final stretch of a grueling cross-country drive. My eyelids felt like sandpaper, and the endless ribbon of asphalt ahead blurred into a hypnotic streak. I'd been pushing myself to make it home before dawn, but now, with this truck bearing down on me, I was wide awake. The cab loomed large in my mirror, impossibly close. I tapped my brakes, hoping the driver would take the hint and back off. No luck. If anything, it seemed to inch even closer. Come on, just pass me already, I muttered, easing over to the right lane. The truck matched my move perfectly, staying right on my tail. I could practically count the rivets on its grill. My heart started to race. This wasn't normal behavior, even for the most impatient driver. I pressed down on the accelerator, watching the speedometer climb. 70, 75, 80 miles per hour. The truck kept pace, effortlessly, never falling behind. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I was alone on a deserted highway with a truck that seemed determined to run me off the road. My mind raced through possible explanations, each more unsettling than the last. Road rage? A drunk driver? Or something worse? I spotted a sign for an upcoming rest stop and made a split-second decision. I'd pull in there, where there might be other people around. Safety in numbers, right? As I took the exit, the truck followed. I cursed under my breath, hands shaking as I navigated the dark, twisting road leading to the rest area. The parking lot came into view, illuminated by a single flickering streetlight. It was empty. I pulled into a spot near the restroom building, killing the engine. The truck's headlights flooded my rearview mirror, blinding me. I squeezed my eyes shut, heart pounding in my ears. This was it. Whatever was going to happen would happen now. Seconds ticked by. Then, silence. The light behind me vanished. Slowly, I opened my eyes and turned around. The parking lot was empty. No truck, no headlights. Nothing but darkness and the faint buzz of the streetlight above. I sat there, frozen. For what felt like hours, my mind struggled to process what had just happened. Had I imagined it all? Was I so exhausted that I'd hallucinated a threatening truck? Eventually, I gathered the courage to step out of my car. The cool night air hit my face, helping to clear my head. I walked a lap around the parking lot, half expecting the truck to reappear at any moment. But there was no sign it had ever been there. As the adrenaline began to fade, exhaustion crept back in. I decided to try to get some sleep in my car before continuing my journey. I reclined the seat and closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, certain I'd heard the rumble of an engine. The sky was just beginning to lighten when I gave up on sleep. I needed coffee if I was going to make it the rest of the way home. I started the car and pulled out of the rest stop, constantly checking my mirrors for any sign of the truck. The highway was still eerily empty as I merged back onto it. My nerves were shot, and every vehicle I saw in the distance made my heart rate spike. But none of them were the truck that had chased me. About an hour later, I spotted a 24-hour diner just off the highway. The parking lot was half full, a welcome sight after the emptiness of the night. I pulled in, desperate for caffeine and human contact. The bell above the door jingled as I entered. A few heads turned to look at me, then went back to their own conversations or plates of food. I slid into a booth near the window, still able to keep an eye on my car and the highway beyond. A waitress approached, coffee pot in hand. "Rough night?" she asked, eyeing my disheveled appearance as she filled my cup. I nodded, wrapping my hands around the warm mug. "You could say that. Had a bit of a scare on the highway." She raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What happened?" I hesitated, suddenly feeling foolish. How could I explain what I'd experienced without sounding crazy? "There was this truck," I began. "It followed me for miles, riding my bumper. When I pulled over at a rest stop, it just vanished." The waitress's expression changed, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. She glanced around, then leaned in closer. "You're not the first to come through here with a story like that," she said in a low voice. My blood ran cold. "What do you mean?" She sighed, sliding into the seat across from me. "In the past few months, we've had a handful of drivers stop in here, all shaken up about a truck that chased them on the highway. Always at night, always on that same stretch you came in on." I leaned forward, hanging on her every word. "Did they see who was driving it?" She shook her head. "That's the thing. No one ever sees a driver, and the truck always disappears, without a trace." A chill ran down my spine. What do you think it means?" The waitress shrugged, but her eyes were serious. "I don't know. But there's been a string of robberies on that highway lately. Cars found abandoned, drivers missing. Police haven't been able to catch whoever's behind it." My mind reeled, trying to connect the dots. A phantom truck, disappearing drivers, unsolved robberies. It was like something out of a nightmare. "Has anyone reported this truck to the police?" I asked. She nodded. "A few have tried, but without any evidence. And with the truck always vanishing, well, let's just say the police aren't taking it too seriously." I sat back, processing this information. Part of me felt relieved that I wasn't the only one who had experienced this, that I wasn't going crazy. But a larger part was terrified. What was really going on out there on that lonely stretch of highway? The waitress must have seen the fear in my eyes. She reached out and patted my hand. "Look, you made it here safe. That's what matters. My advice, stick to driving during the day if you can. And if you see that truck again, get somewhere public as fast as you can." I nodded, grateful for her kindness and the warning. As she stood to get back to work, a thought occurred to me. "Wait," I called after her. "You said there have been robberies, missing drivers, but I wasn't robbed. The truck didn't even stop when I pulled over. Why?" She turned back, a grim expression on her face. "Maybe you got lucky, or maybe..." Her voice dropped slightly. "Maybe they were just scouting, learning your habits, your reactions, for next time." With that chilling thought, she walked away, leaving me alone with my cooling coffee and racing thoughts. I stayed at the diner far longer than I'd planned. nursing cup after cup of coffee as I watched the sunrise fully. The normalcy of the morning rush helped ground me, reminding me that the world wasn't all dark highways and phantom trucks. When I finally got back on the road, I felt more in control. The highway looked different in the daylight, less menacing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that somewhere out there, the driver of that ghost truck was waiting for another opportunity. I made it home without further incident, but the experience stayed with me. I found myself researching highway robberies in the area, looking for patterns or clues. I even considered reporting my experience to the police, but always stopped short. What could I tell them that wouldn't sound completely insane? Weeks passed, and slowly, the intensity of that night began to fade. I still avoided driving that stretch of highway after dark, but the constant fear subsided. Life went on. Then, about a month after my encounter, I saw a news report that made my blood run cold. A car had been found abandoned on that same highway, the driver missing. Witnesses reported seeing a large truck in the area just before the disappearance. As I stared at the TV screen, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't help but wonder, had I really escaped that night, or had I just postponed the inevitable? The highway stretched out before me, a dark ribbon cutting through the night. But now, every set of headlights in my rearview mirror made me flinch. Every truck that passed sent my heart racing. The once peaceful solitude of a late-night drive had been shattered, replaced by a constant gnawing fear. I knew one thing for certain. I would never look at an empty highway the same way again, because now I knew that sometimes, in the dead of night, those highways aren't as empty as they seem, and the things that lurk in the darkness don't always disappear when you turn to face them. The shovel struck something hard, sending a jolt up my arms. I paused, wiping sweat from my brow with a muddy hand. We'd been digging for hours, and the well was supposed to be nothing but dirt for at least another 10 feet. I called down to my son, Jake, who was working beside me in the hole. "Hey, grab the flashlight, will you? I think we hit something." Little did I know, that metallic clang would be the sound that changed everything. I inherited this farm from my uncle 6 months ago. It was a fixer-upper, to put it mildly, but it was a chance for a fresh start after the divorce. Jake and I had thrown ourselves into the work, fixing fences, repairing the barn, and now digging a new well. The old one had run dry years ago, and we needed water if we were going to make a go of this place. Jake shone the flashlight where my shovel had struck. The beam reflected off something smooth and metallic, a stark contrast to the dark earth surrounding it. "What is that, Dad?" Jake asked, his voice a mix of curiosity and apprehension. I shrugged, already scraping away more dirt with my hands. "I don't know, bud. Let's find out." As we dug, the object began to take shape. It was a metal container, about the size of a small suitcase. It looked old. The once shiny surface was now pitted and corroded. My mind raced with possibilities. A time capsule, buried treasure, or just some farmer's junk tossed in a hole and forgotten. It took another hour of careful digging to free the container from the earth. By the time we hauled it out of the well, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the field. We carried our find back to the barn, both of us silent, lost in our own thoughts about what might be inside. Under the harsh glare of the barn's floodlights, I examined the container more closely. It was sealed tight, with no obvious way to open it. A faded inscription was barely visible on one side, but years of corrosion had made it illegible. "Should we open it?" Jake asked, practically bouncing with excitement. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to call the police, or maybe a lawyer. What if this was evidence of something? But curiosity won out. "All right," I said, reaching for a crowbar. "Stand back." It took some effort, but finally, the lid creaked open. The smell hit us first, musty and damp, like an old cellar. Inside, protected by layers of waxy paper, was a stack of documents and photographs. I picked up the first photo, holding it under the light. It showed a young woman, maybe in her early 20s, smiling at the camera. The picture was old, probably from the 1960s, judging by her hairstyle and clothes. I turned it over. On the back, in faded ink, was written, "Sarah Milligan, 1964. Jake peered over my shoulder. "Who's that, Dad?" I shook my head. I don't know. But as I said it, a nagging feeling started in the pit of my stomach. The name, Milligan, sounded familiar, but I couldn't place why. We spent the next hour going through the contents of the box. There were more photos, all of the same young woman, Sarah, at various locations around what looked like this very farm. There were also letters, newspaper clippings, and a small leather-bound journal. As I flipped through the journal, a yellowed newspaper clipping fell out. The headline made my blood run cold. "Local woman still missing after 3 months." I read the article quickly, my heart pounding. Sarah Milligan had disappeared from her family's farm in the summer of 1964. Despite an extensive search, no trace of her was ever found. The article mentioned that Sarah's father, the owner of the farm, was the primary suspect, but was never charged due to lack of evidence. "Dad?" Jake's voice snapped me back to the present. "What's wrong?" I looked at my son, trying to keep my voice steady. "Jake, I think we just found evidence in a very old missing persons case." His eyes widened. "Really? Like a real mystery?" I nodded, my mind racing. "Yeah, bud. A real mystery." I started gathering up the documents, careful not to disturb them more than necessary. "We need to call the police." The next few hours were a blur. Deputies came out to the farm, followed by detectives and a crime scene unit. Our quiet little farmhouse became the center of a whirlwind of activity. Jake and I were questioned separately, telling and retelling how we'd found the box. It was past midnight when things finally calmed down. The box and its contents had been taken away as evidence, and we'd been told not to discuss the case with anyone, as if we knew anyone to discuss it with. We were still new in town, barely knew our neighbors. I tucked Jake into bed, his head full of excitement about our discovery, but sleep eluded me. I sat at the kitchen table, a cold cup of coffee in front of me, staring out at the darkened fields. What had happened to Sarah Milligan? And why did her name sound so familiar? The next morning, I drove into town, determined to do some digging of my own. The local library was small, but it had archives of the town's newspaper going back decades. I spent hours poring over microfiche, reading everything I could about the Milligan case. Sarah had been 23 when she disappeared, engaged to be married. Her fiancé had reported her missing when she didn't show up for a date. The last person to see her was her father, James Milligan, who claimed she'd left the farm to run errands in town. As I read, pieces started falling into place. James Milligan, that was my uncle's name, the uncle who'd left me this farm. With a growing sense of dread, I realized why Sarah's name had sounded familiar. My mother had mentioned her once, years ago, a cousin who'd gone missing before I was born. I left the library in a daze. My mind reeled. Had my uncle been involved in Sarah's disappearance? Had I inherited not just a farm, but a dark family secret? When I got home, there was a police car in the driveway. Detective Reeves. The lead investigator was waiting for me. "Mr. Collins," she said, as I got out of my truck, "we need to talk." We sat at the kitchen table, the same one where I'd spent a sleepless night. Detective Reeves didn't waste time on pleasantries. "We've identified the DNA on some of the items in the box," she said, her eyes boring into mine. "It matches Sarah Milligan. We're treating this as a homicide investigation now." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "Mr. Collins, I have to ask, did you know anything about this before you found that box?" she asked. I shook my head vehemently. Number, absolutely not. I inherited this farm from my uncle 6 months ago. I never even met him. She raised an eyebrow. "Your uncle?" I took a deep breath. "James Milligan, Sarah's father." Detective Reeves leaned back, surprised. "You're related to the Milligans?" I explained what I'd learned at the library about the connection I'd only just discovered. As I talked, I could see the wheels turning in the detective's mind. "Mr. Collins, I'm going to be straight with you," she said when I finished. "This complicates things. We're going to need to do a thorough search of the property, and I'm afraid you and your son might need to find somewhere else to stay for a while." I nodded, feeling numb. "Of course. Whatever you need." The next few weeks were a nightmare. The farm became a crime scene, with police and forensic teams combing every inch of the property. Jake and I moved into a motel in town, watching from afar as our new home was torn apart in search of evidence. The story hit the local news, then went national. Suddenly, our quiet little town was overrun with reporters and true crime enthusiasts. Everyone wanted to know about the mysterious box, about Sarah Milligan, about the farmer who'd inherited a decades-old secret. I tried to shield Jake from the worst of it, but it was impossible to hide everything. He was old enough to understand the basics of what was happening, and his initial excitement about solving a mystery had given way to a more somber understanding of the reality we were facing. It was Jake who asked the question I'd been avoiding. "Dad, do you think Uncle James did it? Do you think he killed Sarah?" I pulled him close, wishing I had a better answer. "I don't know, buddy. I really don't know." As the investigation dragged on, more details emerged. Old case files were reopened. Witnesses were re-interviewed. The picture that emerged was a sad one. Sarah had wanted to leave the farm to start a life with her fiancé. James Milligan had opposed the marriage, wanting Sarah to stay and help run the family business. But there was no smoking gun, no confession, just a lot of circumstantial evidence and a family torn apart by secrets and suspicion. Finally, after nearly 2 months, we were allowed to return to the farm. The police had found no other evidence, and while the investigation remained open, they had no reason to keep us from our home. The farm felt different now. Every creaking floorboard, every rustle in the field seemed to whisper of long-buried secrets. I found myself avoiding the spot where we'd found the box, as if Sarah's ghost might be lingering there. As we settled back into our routines, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were living in the shadow of a tragedy. The farm that was supposed to be our fresh start now felt tainted, haunted by the echoes of the past. But we stayed, partly because we had nowhere else to go, but also because it felt like we owed it to Sarah to uncover the truth, to bring her story to light after so many years of silence. I don't know if we'll ever know exactly what happened to Sarah Milligan, but I do know that her story and the secrets of this farm are now a part of our lives, and somehow we'll find a way to live with that, to honor her memory while building our own future on this land. Every time I pick up a shovel now, I can't help but wonder what other secrets might be buried beneath our feet, and are some things better left undiscovered. The first time I saw the blue sedan, I thought nothing of it. By the third time, my palms were sweating on the steering wheel. By the fifth, I was fighting the urge to scream. It had started as a fun road trip, a chance for Emily and me to reconnect after a rough patch in our relationship. We'd planned a route from New York to California, mapping out quirky, roadside attractions and scenic viewpoints along the way. But 3 days in, our carefree adventure had turned into a waking nightmare. We'd stopped for gas just outside of Chicago when I first noticed the car. It was a nondescript blue sedan, probably a Toyota or Honda, with tinted windows that made it impossible to see the driver. As I filled up our tank, I saw it pull into the pump across from us. Nothing unusual about that. But then we stopped for lunch 2 hours later at a diner in the middle of nowhere, and there it was again, parked a few spaces down. I nudged Emily, nodding towards the car. Is it just me? Or did we see that same car at the gas station? She squinted, then shrugged. Maybe it's a pretty common car, though. Probably just a coincidence. I tried to believe her, but a nagging feeling had taken root in my gut. As we ate our burgers, I kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see someone watching us, but the car just sat there, silent and empty. We hit the road again, and for a while, I managed to relax. We sang along to our road trip playlist, played silly car games, and marveled at the changing landscape as we pushed west. But as the sun began to set and we pulled into a small town to find a motel for the night, my blood ran cold. There, in the parking lot of the only motel in town, was the blue sedan. Emily, I said, my voice tight. She followed my gaze, and I saw the moment realization dawned on her face. Okay, that's a little weird, she admitted. We checked in quickly, hurrying to our room with our bags. I double-checked the lock on the door, then peered out through the curtains. The blue car was still there, its windows reflecting the neon glow of the motel sign. Should we call the police? Emily asked, her voice small. I hesitated. And tell them what? That we've seen the same car 3 times in one day? They'll think we're paranoid. We spent a restless night, taking turns to keep watch, but nothing happened. When morning came, the blue car was gone. I wanted to believe it was over, that maybe we really had just been paranoid. But as we merged onto the highway, my heart sank. There, a few cars behind us, was the familiar blue shape. We need to lose them, I said, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. Emily nodded, her face pale. How? I took the next exit abruptly, earning a chorus of honks from other drivers. The blue car followed. I turned down side streets randomly, trying to be unpredictable. Sometimes I caught a glimpse of our pursuer in the rearview mirror. Sometimes not, but they always reappeared. After an hour of this cat and mouse game, we found ourselves on a lonely stretch of country road. Fields of corn stretched out on either side, broken only by the occasional farmhouse or barn. What do we do now? Emily asked, her voice shaking. I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could, I saw something that made my heart leap into my throat. Up ahead, an old barn loomed by the roadside, its faded red paint peeling in the sun. Parked behind it, just visible, was a blue sedan. They're waiting for us, I whispered. Emily's eyes widened in fear. Turn around now. I slammed on the brakes, ready to spin the car around, but it was too late. The blue sedan pulled out from behind the barn, blocking the road ahead. At the same moment, I saw another car appear in my rearview mirror, cutting off our retreat. We were trapped. Time seemed to slow down as the driver's door of the blue sedan opened. A figure stepped out, and I felt the world tilt on its axis. No, Emily breathed beside me. It can't be. But it was. Walking toward our car, a grim smile on his face, was Emily's ex-boyfriend, Mark. Memories flooded back. Memories I'd tried to suppress it. Emily showing up at my apartment 6 months ago, bruised and terrified. Her tearful confession about Mark's possessive behavior, his violent outbursts, the restraining order we'd helped her get, the weeks of looking over our shoulders, jumping at every sound. We thought it was over. We thought we were safe. Mark approached the driver's side window. I hit the lock button for all the good it would do. He leaned down, his face inches from the glass. Long time no see, he said, his voice muffled but still chilling. Did you really think you could just run away? Emily was frozen beside me, her face a mask of terror. I reached for her hand, squeezing it tight. What do you want, Mark? I called through the glass, trying to keep my voice steady. His smile widened, showing too many teeth. I want what's mine, he said, his eyes fixed on Emily. She's not yours, I spat. She never was. His face darkened. You don't know anything about us, about what we had. I know enough, I said. I know you're breaking the restraining order just by being here. He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. You think I care about some piece of paper? You think that can keep me away from her? I felt Emily trembling beside me. I had to do something, had to get us out of this. But how? That's when I noticed something. The car behind us. That one had been following us earlier. Wasn't one I recognized. And the driver? He looked uncertain. A plan began to form in my mind. A desperate, possibly stupid plan. But it was all we had. Emily, I whispered, not taking my eyes off Mark. When I say go, I need you to duck down. Can you do that? She nodded, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. I took a deep breath. Then, in one swift motion, I turned the key in the ignition and slammed the car into reverse. Go! I yelled. Emily ducked. I floored it. Our car shot backward, straight towards the vehicle behind us. At the last second, I saw the driver's eyes widen in panic. They swerved, just barely avoiding a collision. Mark shouted in anger, running toward us, but I was already shifting into drive, cutting the wheel hard. We fishtailed onto the shoulder, kicking up a cloud of dust and gravel. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought we might flip, but then the tires caught, and we shot forward. I didn't look back. I just drove, pushing the car to its limits. Emily sat up slowly, her face pale. Are they following us? I asked, not daring to take my eyes off the road. She turned in her seat, peering out the back window. I don't think so. I can't see them. I didn't slow down. We drove for hours, taking random turns, avoiding main roads. Every car we saw made us flinch. Every time we had to stop for gas, we scanned the area obsessively. It was well past midnight When we finally felt safe enough to stop, we found a small motel in a town we'd never heard of, paid cash for a room, and collapsed onto the bed, exhausted and shell-shocked. "How did he find us?" Emily whispered into the darkness. I shook my head, even though she couldn't see it. "I don't know. Maybe he hacked your phone or something. We'll get new ones tomorrow." She was quiet for a long moment. "I'm so sorry," she said finally, her voice breaking. "This is all my fault. I've ruined everything." I turned to her, pulling her close. "Hey, no, this is not your fault. None of this is your fault. It's all on him." She buried her face in my shoulder, her body shaking with silent sobs. I held her, my mind racing. What were we going to do now? We couldn't go home. Mark knew where we lived, where we worked. We couldn't continue our trip. He'd been able to follow us this far. Who knew how long he could keep it up? As the first light of dawn began to seep through the curtains, I made a decision. "We're going to disappear," I said. Emily looked up at me, her eyes red and puffy. "What do you mean?" "I mean we're going to become different people. New names, new identities. We'll go somewhere he'd never think to look." It sounded crazy, even as I said it. But what choice did we have? Emily was quiet for a long moment. Then slowly she nodded. "Okay," she said. "Let's do it." And so, as the sun rose on a new day, we began planning our vanishing act. Our road trip had become an escape route, leading us not to California, but to a new life entirely. I don't know if we'll ever truly be free of Mark. I don't know if we'll ever stop looking over our shoulders, but I do know this. We're in this together, and together we'll find a way to survive. The open road stretches out before us, full of possibility and danger in equal measure. We drive on into an uncertain future, leaving the past in our rearview mirror. For now, at least, we're free. The last time I saw Eliza Thompson, she was laughing. It's an image seared into my memory. Her head thrown back, long dark hair catching the golden light of the sunset. The sound of her joy carried away by the sea breeze. I didn't know then that it would be the last time I'd ever see her, that in less than 12 hours, she would vanish without a trace, leaving behind nothing but questions and a growing sense of dread that threatened to swallow us all. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start at the beginning. My name is Michael Chen, and I was a security officer aboard the Emerald Princess, a luxury cruise ship making its way through the Caribbean. It was my 3rd year on the job, and I thought I'd seen it all. Drunken brawls, petty theft, the occasional medical emergency. Nothing I couldn't handle. But Eliza's disappearance, that was something else entirely. It started like any other day at sea. I began my shift at 6 a.m., making my rounds through the ship's corridors and public areas. Everything was quiet. Most passengers still asleep in their cabins. As I passed by the ship's grand atrium, I nodded to Eliza, who was just finishing up her night shift at the reception desk. "Morning, Michael," she said, stifling a yawn. "Anything exciting planned for today?" I shrugged. "Just the usual. You should get some rest. You look beat." She laughed, gathering her things. "Oh, I will. But first, I'm going to watch the sunrise in my favorite spot on the upper deck. Want to join me?" I hesitated. I was on duty, but it was a quiet morning. "Sure, why not? I could use some fresh air." There we made our way to a secluded spot on deck 16, leaning against the railing as the sky slowly lightened. Eliza closed her eyes, breathing in the salty air. "I love this," she said softly. "No matter how many cruises I work, This never gets old. I watched her out of the corner of my eye, struck by how peaceful she looked. We'd become friends over the past few months, sharing meals in the crew mess and swapping stories during our off hours. But in that moment, I realized there was still so much I didn't know about her. "How long have you been working on cruise ships?" I asked. She opened her eyes, a wistful smile playing on her lips. 5 years now. It was supposed to be just a gap year thing after college, but I fell in love with it. The travel, the people, the sense of adventure. I nodded, understanding completely. It was why I'd stayed with this job too, despite the long hours and time away from home. We chatted for a while longer as the sun crept above the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. Finally, Eliza yawned again. "I should really get some sleep," she said. "Thanks for the company, Michael. See you later." I nodded, watching as she walked away. It was the last time I would see her alive. The rest of my shift passed uneventfully. It wasn't until that evening, during the nightly staff meeting, that I realized something was wrong. Eliza wasn't there. "Has anyone seen Thompson?" Our supervisor, Rita, asked, frowning at her clipboard. She was supposed to start her shift an hour ago. Murmurs of confusion rippled through the room. It wasn't like Eliza to be late, let alone miss a shift entirely. "I saw her this morning," I offered. "She was heading to her cabin to sleep after the night shift." Rita's frown deepened. "Can you go check on her? Make sure she's all right?" I nodded, an uneasy feeling settling in my stomach as I made my way to the crew quarters. I knocked on Eliza's door, calling her name. No response. I used my master key to enter, half expecting to find her sound asleep. The cabin was empty. The bed was made, looking like it hadn't been slept in. Eliza's uniform for the evening shift was laid out neatly on a chair. Her phone was on the nightstand, its screen dark. I radioed Rita. "She's not here. The cabin looks untouched since this morning." There was a long pause before Rita responded. "Initiate search protocol now." The next few hours were a blur of activity. We combed every inch of the ship, from the engine room to the uppermost decks. We reviewed security footage, interviewed crew members and passengers, but there was no sign of Eliza. The last confirmed sighting of her was on the security camera outside her cabin at 7:12 a.m. The footage showed her entering her room, closing the door behind her, and then nothing. No footage of her leaving, no sign of disturbance. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. As the night wore on and our search turned up nothing, the atmosphere on the ship grew tense. Passengers began to notice the increased security presence, whispering among themselves. Rumors started to spread. By morning, we had to face facts. We had a missing person on our hands. The captain made an announcement, asking for any information about Eliza's whereabouts. Her picture was displayed on screens throughout. The ship contacted the nearest port authorities and the cruise line's head office. A Coast Guard search was initiated, though we all knew the chances of finding someone in the vast expanse of the Caribbean were slim to none. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was somehow responsible. If only I'd walked her to her cabin that morning. If only I'd checked on her sooner. The image of her laughing in the sunrise haunted me. As the investigation ramped up, I found myself recounting every detail of my last interaction with Eliza to a stern-faced detective from the ship's security team. Did she seem nervous, distracted? Did she mention any plans for the day? He asked. I shook my head. Number She seemed happy, relaxed. She was looking forward to getting some sleep. The detective's eyes narrowed. And you're sure she went into her cabin? Yes, I said, for what felt like the 100th time. The security footage confirms it. He nodded, making a note in his file. And there's no way she could have left without being seen on camera. I hesitated. It shouldn't be possible. The corridor outside the crew cabins is monitored 24/7. But as I said it, a chill ran down my spine. Because if it wasn't possible, then how had it happened? Days passed, and the mystery only deepened. Eliza's cabin was thoroughly searched, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Her passport, wallet, and all personal belongings were accounted for. There were no signs of a struggle, no evidence of foul play. Theories abounded among the crew and passengers alike. Some believed she had somehow fallen overboard, though how she could have done so without anyone noticing was unclear. Others whispered about suicide, but those who knew Eliza dismissed this outright. She had been happy, with no signs of depression or distress. The most disturbing theory, the one that kept me awake at night, was that someone on the ship was responsible for her disappearance. The thought that one of our passengers or crew members could be a killer walking among us was almost too horrifying to contemplate. As the days turned into weeks, the investigation hit dead end after dead end. The ship completed its scheduled cruise and returned to port, where more intensive forensic work could be done. But even with the full resources of law enforcement brought to bear, no new leads emerged. Eliza's family flew in, their faces drawn with worry and grief. I watched from a distance as they were briefed by the investigators, saw the mother collapse into sobs as the reality of the situation sunk in. I wanted to approach them, to offer some words of comfort, but what could I possibly say? In the end, the Emerald Princess set sail again, with a new crew member taking Eliza's place at the reception desk. Life on board returned to normal, or a semblance of it. But for those of us who had known her, who had searched for her, who had been left behind with nothing but questions, things would never be the same. I stayed on with the cruise line, unable to leave, while Eliza's fate remained unknown. Each new port brought a flicker of hope that some clue would surface, that someone, somewhere, might have seen something. But as months passed with no new information, that hope began to fade. Sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night, I find myself on deck 16, staring out at the endless expanse of the sea. I think about Eliza, about her laugh, about the way she loved watching the sunrise. I wonder where she is, if she's still out there somewhere. And I can't help but feel that the ocean knows the truth, holding its secrets in its unfathomable depths. The disappearance of Eliza Thompson remains an unsolved mystery, a ghost story whispered among cruise ship crews. For me, it's a constant reminder of how fragile our sense of security can be, how easily a life can vanish without a trace. And every time I see a passenger enter their cabin, every time I watch a security camera feed, I can't help but wonder, could it happen again? In this floating city of steel and glass, surrounded by the vast, indifferent sea, are any of us truly safe? The Emerald Princess sails on, carrying its cargo of vacationers and secrets, and somewhere out there, perhaps Eliza is still laughing, her voice carried away by the endless ocean breeze. The first slash in the tent canvas was so perfect, so surgical, it almost looked deliberate. I traced my finger along the edge, feeling the frayed nylon threads, Whatever had done this wasn't just sharp, it was wickedly so. And as the fading daylight filtered through that precise cut, casting long shadows across the abandoned campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd stumbled into something far more sinister than a bear attack. My name's Alex, and I've been hiking the Appalachian Trail with my best friend Jamie for the past month. We're experienced backpackers, used to the challenges of long-distance trekking, but nothing in our years of outdoor adventures could have prepared us for what we found in that secluded clearing deep in the heart of the Georgia wilderness. The day had started like any other on the trail. We'd broken camp at dawn, hoping to cover a good 15 miles before nightfall. The weather was perfect, cool and crisp, with just enough breeze to keep the bugs at bay. We'd made good time, pausing only for a quick lunch and the occasional water break. It was late afternoon when Jamie spotted the first sign that something was off. "Hey, Alex," he called, pointing to a tree just off the trail. "Check this out." I walked over, squinting at the trunk. There, carved deep into the bark, was a crude symbol, a circle with a jagged line through it. The cuts looked fresh, the exposed wood still oozing sap. I muttered. Never seen a trail marker like that before. Jamie shrugged. Probably just some kid messing around. We pressed on, but I couldn't shake the growing sense of unease. The forest seemed quieter than usual. The usual chorus of birdsong and insect buzz was oddly muted, and I could have sworn I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, always just out of sight when I turned to look. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, we started looking for a suitable campsite. That's when we saw the clearing. It was perfect. A small level area nestled between two rocky outcroppings with a babbling stream nearby. But as we approached, we realized we weren't the first to discover this idyllic spot. The remains of a campsite lay before us, looking for all the world like its occupants had vanished in the middle of their stay. A tent stood in the center, its door flap open and swaying gently in the breeze. A small cooking pot sat on a makeshift fire pit, the ashes long cold. Backpacks and sleeping bags were scattered around, as if their owners had fled in a hurry. Jamie and I exchanged glances. This wasn't normal. Even the messiest campers usually packed up before moving on. "Hello?" Jamie called out. "Anyone here?" His voice echoed through the clearing, met only by the soft gurgle of the stream and the rustle of leaves overhead. We approached cautiously. That's when I noticed the first slash in the tent, and then another, and another. The entire structure was riddled with them, each cut precise and deliberate. "What the hell?" I breathed, peering inside the ruined shelter. The interior was a mess. Sleeping bags were shredded, clothes strewn about. A flashlight lay on its side, its beam creating eerie shadows as it illuminated a small notebook. I picked it up, flipping it open to the last entry. The handwriting was shaky, almost frantic. "Day 3. It's still out there. We can hear it moving around the camp at night. The others think I'm crazy, but I know what I saw. It's not a bear. It's not anything natural. God help us if it gets in." I showed the notebook to Jamie, watching as the color drained from his face. "We should go," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. There, half hidden beneath a torn sleeping bag, was a camera. My hand shook as I picked it up, praying the battery wasn't dead. It wasn't. The screen flickered to life, showing the last image taken. My heart nearly stopped. The photo was dark, clearly taken at night. But there, just at the edge of the frame, illuminated by the flash, was something. A shape that was almost human, but not quite. Long, spindly limbs, a face that was more shadow than substance, and eyes that reflected the camera's flash like a cat's, but far larger. I dropped the camera, stumbling backward. We need to leave. Now. But as I turned, I realized with horror that the sun had nearly set. The forest around us was deepening into twilight, shadows lengthening and merging into an impenetrable gloom. Jamie was already gathering his pack. "We can make it back to the trail if we hurry," he said, his voice tense. "We'll hike through the night if we have to." I nodded, snatching up my own backpack. But as I turned to go, a glint of metal caught my eye. There, half buried in the soft earth near the fire pit, was a small silver locket. Without thinking, I scooped it up and shoved it in my pocket. We set off at a brisk pace, trying to retrace our steps in the fading light. But nothing looked familiar. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. More than once, I could have sworn I heard something moving in the underbrush, always just out of sight. "Do you remember that weird symbol we saw earlier?" Jamie panted as we pushed through a particularly dense thicket. "I think I see another one." He was right. There, carved into a massive oak, was the same circle and line symbol we'd spotted before. But this one looked older, the edges of the carving weathered and moss-grown. "It's probably just a coincidence," I said, not believing my own words. "Hey, come on, we need to keep moving." But as we pressed on, more symbols appeared. Some were fresh, others ancient. They seemed to be guiding us, though to what, I couldn't say. The darkness was nearly complete now. Our headlamps created small islands of light in a sea of blackness. The forest had gone completely silent, save for the crunch of our boots on fallen leaves and the increasingly ragged sound of our breathing. That's when we heard it. A low, guttural sound somewhere between a growl and a moan. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Jamie froze. "What was that?" I shook my head, unable to speak. Every instinct screamed at me to run. But I knew that panicking now would only get us more lost. We pushed on, moving as quietly as we could. But the sounds continued, growing closer. Branches snapped behind us. Something rustled in the canopy overhead. And then, just ahead, I saw a flicker of movement. A shape, tall and impossibly thin, slipped between two trees. In the brief flash of my headlamp, I caught a glimpse of pale, elongated limbs, and a face that was little more than a dark void with pinpricks of reflected light where eyes should be. "Run!" I yelled, all thought of stealth forgotten. We crashed through the undergrowth, blind panic driving us forward. Branches whipped at our faces, roots threatened to trip us at every step. The sounds behind us grew louder, a cacophony of inhuman shrieks and growls. I don't know how long we ran. It could have been minutes or hours. But suddenly, miraculously, we burst out onto a wide gravel road. A park ranger station stood just ahead, its windows glowing with welcoming light. We staggered toward it, gasping for breath. As we reached the door, I chanced to look back at the forest we just escaped. There, at the edge of the trees, stood a figure, tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. It raised a hand, more claw than human appendage, and for a moment, I thought it would pursue us into the light. But then, it turned, melting back into the shadows of the forest. In seconds, it was gone, leaving no trace of its presence. The rangers were skeptical of our story. Of course, they attributed our experience to exhaustion, dehydration, and an overactive imagination. But they did send out a search party to investigate the abandoned campsite. They found nothing. No slashed tent, no scattered gear, not even a trace of a campfire. It was as if the entire scene had vanished into thin air. In the days that followed, as Jamie and I recovered in a nearby town, I thought of that silver locket I'd pocketed in my panic. When I finally worked up the courage to open it, I found a small photo inside. A smiling family. A mother, father, 2 kids, posed in front of a familiar-looking clearing. I'd never reported finding the locket. Some part of me knew that doing so would only lead to more questions. Questions I wasn't sure I wanted answered. Jamie and I never finished our hike. By unspoken agreement, we packed up and headed home. Our adventure on the Appalachian Trail cut short. We don't talk much about what happened in those woods. But sometimes, on dark nights, when the wind whispers through the trees, I find myself thinking about that abandoned campsite, about the thing we saw in the forest, and I wonder, with a chill that goes bone deep, if somewhere out there, in the deepest, darkest parts of the wilderness, it's thinking about us too. The scream that tore through the cab of my truck that night wasn't human. It couldn't have been. No person could make a sound like that, raw, primal, and filled with a terror so deep it made my blood run cold. But it came from the man sitting next to me, the hitchhiker I'd picked up just an hour before. And as his eyes flew open, reflecting the dashboard lights like some wild animals, I knew with sickening certainty that whatever had just happened, whatever he'd seen in his dreams, was far from over. My name's Jack, and I've been driving big rigs across the country for the better part of 2 decades. I've seen my fair share of weird stuff out on the lonely highways. Ghost lights, inexplicable weather, even the occasional UFO, if you catch me after a few beers. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what happened on that moonless night in the middle of nowhere, Nevada. It had started as a routine haul, Phoenix to Seattle, with a trailer full of electronics. I was making good time, the miles melting away under my wheels. As I cruised through the desert night, the radio kept me company, a mix of old country tunes and late-night talk shows about conspiracy theories and alien abductions. I was about halfway through Nevada when I saw him, a lone figure standing by the side of the road, thumb out. Now, I'm not usually one for picking up hitchhikers. Too many horror stories, too many risks. But something about this guy made me slow down. Maybe it was the lost look in his eyes, or the way he hugged himself against the chill desert wind. Whatever it was, before I knew it, I was pulling over. "Where you headed?" I called out as he approached. "Anywhere but here," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. I should have driven off right then, but instead, I found myself saying, "Hop in. I'm going to Seattle if that works for you." He climbed into the passenger seat, bringing with him the smell of dust and something else, something I couldn't quite place. Up close, he looked young, maybe mid-20s, with shaggy brown hair and eyes that darted nervously around the cab. "I'm Jack," I said, pulling back onto the highway. "Mike," he replied, not meeting my gaze. "Thanks for the ride." We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the rumble of the engine and the whisper of tires on asphalt. I tried to make conversation a few times, but Mike's responses were monosyllabic at best. Eventually, I gave up, focusing on the road ahead. It was about an hour later when I noticed Mike had fallen asleep, his head leaning against the window. I turned the radio down a notch, not wanting to disturb him. That's when things started to get weird. It began with a twitch, just a small movement of his hand. Then his breathing changed, becoming rapid and shallow. His eyes started moving frantically behind closed lids, like he was in the depths of some intense dream. I was just about to wake him, worried he might be having some kind of fit, when he started muttering. At first, it was too low to make out, but it quickly grew louder. Number, please. Don't let it find me." A chill ran down my spine. His voice was filled with pure, unadulterated fear. "Hey, buddy," I said, reaching out to shake his shoulder. "Wake up. You're having a nightmare." But he didn't wake. Instead, his muttering grew more frantic, his body starting to thrash in the seat. "It's coming. Oh God, it's coming. Can't you see it? Can't you see its eyes?" And that's when he let out that scream, the one that made me nearly drive off the road. His eyes flew open, wild and unfocused, reflecting the green glow of the dashboard like some nocturnal animals. I managed to pull over, my heart pounding in my chest. Mike, snap out of it." He turned to look at me, but his eyes seemed to be seeing something else, something beyond me. "It followed me," he whispered, his voice hoarse from screaming. "Oh God, Jack, it followed me into the truck." I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "What followed you, Mike?" "There's nothing here but us." He shook his head violently. "You can't see it, but it's here. It's always here." His eyes darted around the cab, following something invisible. "We have to get out. Now." Before I could stop him, he'd thrown open the passenger door and leapt out into the night. I cursed, fumbling with my seatbelt before following him. The desert night was cold and still. The only sound, the tick of the cooling engine and Mike's ragged breathing. He stood a few feet from the truck, arms wrapped around himself, shaking like a leaf. "Mike," I said, approaching him slowly, like you would a spooked animal. "What's going on? What do you think is following you?" He turned to me, his face pale in the truck's headlights. "I don't know what it is, but it's been after me for days. Ever since I found that thing in the desert." "What thing?" I asked, a sick feeling growing in my gut. Mike reached into his pocket with a shaking hand, pulling out what looked like a small stone. But as he held it up, I realized it wasn't a stone at all. It was some kind of artifact, carved with intricate symbols I'd never seen before. In the harsh glare of the headlights, it seemed to shimmer and shift, as if the symbols were moving. "I found this out there," Mike said, gesturing vaguely at the dark expanse of desert around us. "In some kind of old ruin. I thought it might be worth something." He laughed bitterly. I didn't know it would wake it up." "Wake what up?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. Mike's eyes met mine, filled with a terror that made my blood run cold. The thing that lives in the spaces between. The thing that hunts in dreams. It wants this back. He held up the artifact, and it wants me for taking it. I wanted to tell him he was crazy, that he just had a nightmare, that there was no monster hunting him, but the conviction in his voice, the raw fear in his eyes, it was impossible to dismiss. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Okay, so why don't we just give it back? Throw that thing away and be done with it." Mike shook his head frantically. I've tried. It doesn't work like that. It's like it's attached to me now. The only way to get rid of it is to pass it on to someone else, to make them take it. A chill ran down my spine as I realized what he was saying. That's why you were hitchhiking. You were trying to give it to someone else. He nodded, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to, but I can't take it anymore. The dreams, the visions, it's driving me insane. I took a step back, suddenly very aware of how isolated we were out here in the desert night. Mike, I can't. I won't take that thing. Please, he begged, holding out the artifact. Please, I can't do this anymore. Just take it. You'll see. You'll understand. For a moment I was tempted. The artifact seemed to call to me, the symbols swirling in a mesmerizing dance. But then I shook my head, snapping out of it. No, I said firmly. I won't do it, Mike. But I'll help you. We'll figure this out together, okay? There's got to be a way to get rid of that thing without passing it on. Mike stared at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he nodded. Okay, he whispered. Okay, we'll try. We got back in the truck, the artifact safely wrapped in a cloth and stowed in the glove compartment. As we pulled back onto the highway, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The night seemed darker, the shadows deeper, and more than once, I could have sworn I saw something moving just at the edge of my headlights. Something tall and thin, with too many limbs. I don't know what happened to Mike after I dropped him off in Reno. He said he was going to find an expert, someone who could help him get rid of the artifact for good. I gave him my number, made him promise to call, and let me know he was okay. It's been 3 months, and I haven't heard from him. Sometimes, on long night drives through the desert, I find myself scanning the side of the road, half expecting to see him standing there, thumb out. And sometimes, in the moments between sleeping and waking, I see shapes in the shadows of my room. Tall, twisted shapes, with too many eyes. I tell myself it's just my imagination, just the lingering effects of that strange night. But deep down, I know the truth. Whatever was hunting Mike that night, whatever lived in his dreams, it's out there, still waiting, still watching. And sometimes, when the night is darkest and the road stretches endlessly before me, I can't shake the feeling that it's watching me too. The leather-bound journal fell open in my hands. My name's Sam, and I'd only been working at Willow Creek Farm for about a month when I found the journal. Fresh out of college with an agriculture degree and dreams of someday owning my own farm, I jumped at the chance to work as a farmhand for old Mr. Harrison. The pay wasn't great, but the experience was invaluable. And there was something charming about the sprawling, slightly run-down property, with its weathered barns and endless fields. Mr. Harrison was a quiet man, gruff but fair. He lived alone in the big farmhouse, his wife long dead. His children moved away to the city. He didn't talk much about the farm's history, just gave me my daily tasks and left me to it. I spent my days mending fences, tending to the small herd of cattle, and helping to plant and harvest the crops. It was a hot, sticky afternoon in late July when Mr. Harrison asked me to clear out one of the old barns. Been meaning to do it for years, he'd grumbled. Might as well put you to use on it. Just pile up anything that looks worth keeping. Haul the rest to the burn pile. The barn was a cavernous structure, its interior dim and cool compared to the sweltering heat outside. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight that streamed through gaps in the weathered boards. The air was thick with the smell of old hay and something else, something chemical that I couldn't quite place. I started in one corner, sorting through piles of rusted farm equipment, moldering sacks of feed, and broken furniture. It was monotonous work, and my mind wandered as I hauled item after item to the growing pile outside. That's when I noticed the loose floorboard. I might have missed it entirely if my boot hadn't caught on the edge, nearly sending me sprawling. Curious, I knelt down to examine it. The board shifted easily under my hands, and as I lifted it, I saw a small space underneath, just big enough to hide something. The journal was wrapped in oilcloth, surprisingly well preserved considering its hiding place. I pulled it out, glancing over my shoulder guiltily. Though I knew Mr. Harrison was off in the fields, it felt invasive, reading someone else's private thoughts. But my curiosity got the better of me. As I began to read, that curiosity quickly turned to confusion, then to horror. The journal belonged to a doctor, Elliot Harrison, dated 1954. Mr. Harrison's father, I realized. But this was no ordinary farmer. The pages detailed complex scientific experiments, far beyond anything I'd learned in my agriculture courses. Dr. Harrison wrote about his attempts to create hardier, more productive livestock through genetic manipulation. But it wasn't just animals he was experimenting on. There were detailed notes about human subjects, vague references to volunteers from the local asylum. My hands shook as I turned the pages. Descriptions of failed experiments, of creatures that were neither fully human nor fully animal, sketches that turned my stomach, and throughout it all, a growing sense of the doctor's obsession, his conviction that he was on the verge of a breakthrough that would revolutionize agriculture and change the world. The final entry, dated 1963, was different. The handwriting was shaky, almost frantic. It's done. The experiment was a success. But at what cost? They're out there now, hiding in the woods, in the fields. I can hear them at night, scratching at the walls. God forgive me for what I've created. I snapped the journal shut, my heart pounding. Hey, this had to be some kind of sick joke, right? Or maybe the ramblings of a madman. There was no way any of this could be real. But even as I tried to rationalize it, memories of odd occurrences around the farm began to surface. The strange noises I'd heard at night, dismissed as wildlife. The areas of the property Mr. Harrison had warned me to avoid. The way the cattle sometimes seemed spooked by something I couldn't see. I shoved the journal back into its hiding place, my mind reeling. I needed to get out of this barn, to get some fresh air and clear my head. As I stepped outside, blinking in the harsh sunlight, I nearly ran into Mr. Harrison. "Making progress?" he asked, eyeing the pile of junk I'd accumulated. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Did he know about the journal? About what his father had done? Mr. Harrison's eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing my unease. "Everything all right, Sam? You look like you've seen a ghost." "I'm fine," I managed to say. "Just, it's hot in there. Needed some air." He nodded slowly. "Well, don't work too hard. Come on up to the house when you're done. I'll fix us some dinner." I watched him walk away, trying to reconcile the gruff old man I knew with the dark history I had just uncovered. Was he continuing his father's work? Or was he just as much a victim of it as anyone else? That night, as I lay in bed in the small apartment above the garage that Mr. Harrison had given me, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the old building, every rustle from the fields outside set my nerves on edge. I kept thinking about the journal, about the creatures Dr. Harrison had written about. Were they still out there after all these years? A sudden noise outside my window made me bolt upright. It was a strange, guttural sound, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. My heart pounding, I crept to the window and peered out into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing, but then movement caught my eye. Something was moving in the field beyond the barn. Something large, and definitely not a cow. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, and then it turned, and I caught a glimpse of its face in the moonlight. I stumbled back from the window, biting back a scream. What I'd seen, it wasn't human, but it wasn't fully animal either. It was something in between, something that should not exist. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bed, every muscle tense, listening to the sounds of movement outside. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted, but relieved. Surely, in the light of day, everything would make sense again. But as the days passed, strange occurrences began to multiply. Tools would go missing, only to turn up in odd places. The cattle grew increasingly agitated, especially at night. And more than once, I caught Mr. Harrison staring off into the woods with a troubled expression. I thought about leaving, about packing up my things and getting as far away from Willow Creek Farm as I could. But something held me back. Curiosity, maybe, or a sense of responsibility. Whatever Dr. Harrison had done, whatever he'd created, it was still out there. And maybe, just maybe, there was something I could do about it. I began my own investigations, carefully at first. I reread the journal, making notes, trying to understand the science behind Dr. Harrison's experiments. I explored the far reaches of the property, areas Mr. Harrison had told me to avoid, looking for signs of the creatures. And slowly, I started to piece together the truth. The experiments hadn't ended with Dr. Harrison's last journal entry. They had continued, passed down from father to son. Mr. Harrison wasn't just aware of what his father had done. He was trying to fix it. It all came to a head one stormy night in late August. I was awakened by the sound of breaking glass and Mr. Harrison's shouts. I raced to the farmhouse, rain lashing at my face, to find the front door splintered and hanging off its hinges. Inside, the scene was chaos. Furniture overturned, claw marks scoring the walls. And there, in the center of the living room, stood Mr. Harrison, facing off against a creature that defied description. Part human, part animal. Its body a patchwork of mismatched parts. Its eyes glowing with an unnatural intelligence. "Sam!" Mr. Harrison yelled when he saw me. The syringe. On the mantel. I saw it then. A large syringe filled with a glowing blue liquid. Without thinking, I grabbed it and tossed it to Mr. Harrison. In one smooth motion, he caught it and plunged it into the creature's neck. The thing let out a howl that made my blood run cold. It thrashed wildly for a moment, then collapsed to the floor, its body seeming to melt and reform before my eyes. And in moments, all that was left was an unconscious, very human-looking man. Mr. Harrison sank to his knees, his face a mask of exhaustion and relief. "It's over," he murmured. "It's finally over." In the days that followed, Mr. Harrison told me everything. How his father's experiments had created a handful of hybrid creatures. How they'd hidden in the woods for decades, occasionally venturing out to terrorize the farm. How he'd spent his life trying to find a cure, a way to reverse what his father had done. The man we'd captured that night was the last of them. With him cured, the long nightmare was finally over. But the weight of it, the dark legacy of Willow Creek Farm, would stay with me forever. I still work the farm with Mr. Harrison. We never spoke of that night to anyone else. Who would believe us? But sometimes, on quiet nights, when the wind whispers through the cornfields, I find myself scanning the tree line, wondering if we truly found them all. And I can't help but think about the thin line between scientific progress and playing God, and how easy it is to cross that line with the best of intentions. The secrets of Willow Creek Farm are buried now, as they should be, but the lessons about responsibility, about the unforeseen consequences of our actions, those will stay with me, always, and I'll never look at a quiet rural farm quite the same way again. The footprints ended abruptly in the middle of the field, as if their owner had simply vanished into thin air. I stood there, flashlight in hand, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. 20 years on the force, and I'd never encountered anything like this. The car was still running, keys in the ignition, the driver's personal belongings untouched. It was as if the driver had stepped out for a moment and just disappeared. Little did I know, this seemingly routine call would lead me down a rabbit hole of inexplicable events and unsolved mysteries that would haunt me for years to come. My name's Sarah Jennings, and I've been a state trooper in Nevada for 2 decades. I thought I'd seen it all. High-speed chases, horrific accidents, even the occasional UFO report from some poor soul who'd been out in the desert heat too long. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night on a lonely stretch of Highway 50, deep in the heart of what locals call the loneliest road in America. It started as a typical night shift. I was cruising along the highway, more tumbleweed than traffic keeping me company, when the call came in. A passing motorist had reported an abandoned vehicle on the side of the road, hazard lights blinking. Standard procedure. I'd check it out, call a tow if necessary, and be on my way. As I pulled up behind the vehicle, a late model sedan, nothing remarkable about it, I noticed something odd. The engine was still running. I approached cautiously, one hand on my holster, out of habit. The driver's side door was slightly ajar, but there was no sign of the driver. I shone my flashlight into the interior. Everything looked normal. A half-empty water bottle in the cup holder, a phone charging on the dashboard, a duffel bag in the back seat. No signs of a struggle, no blood, nothing to indicate foul play. "Hello?" I called out, sweeping my flashlight across the surrounding area. "Anyone there? Highway patrol?" Only the whisper of the desert wind answered me. That's when I noticed the footprints. A single set, leading away from the driver's side door into the field adjacent to the highway. They were clear and purposeful, not the staggering tracks of someone injured or disoriented. I radioed in my situation and began to follow the prints. The field was mostly bare scrub brush, hard-packed earth, easy to see the trail in the beam of my flashlight. I expected to find the driver relieving themselves behind a bush, or maybe having wandered off in confusion. Instead, I found nothing. The footprints stopped abruptly, about 50 yards into the field. One moment, they were there, clear as day, and the next, nothing. Just undisturbed earth stretching out into the darkness. I stood there for a long moment, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. People don't just vanish. There had to be an explanation. I searched the area thoroughly, widening my circle, looking for any sign of disturbance. Nothing. No scuff marks to indicate someone had jumped or been lifted. No signs of a struggle. Just those footprints ending in the middle of nowhere. By the time backup arrived, I was sweating despite the cool night air. My colleague, Mike, took one look at my face and knew something was off. "What have we got, Sarah?" he asked, his hand instinctively moving to his holster. I explained the situation, showing him the car, the footprints, the impossible ending. He followed me out into the field, his own bewilderment growing with each step. "This is weird," he said finally, standing at the end of the trail. "Really weird." We called in forensics, had the area cordoned off. The next few hours were a blur of activity, photographing the scene, taking casts of the footprints, searching the vehicle. The driver was identified as one David Chen, 37, a software engineer from San Francisco. His family was contacted. No, they hadn't heard from him. Yes, he was driving to visit them in Denver. No, he had no history of mental illness or erratic behavior. As dawn broke, casting long shadows across the field, we were no closer to an explanation. David Chen had simply vanished, leaving behind a running car and a set of footprints that led nowhere. In the days that followed, the investigation intensified. Search parties combed the area. Helicopters with thermal imaging scanned for miles around. David's phone records, bank statements, and internet history were scrutinized. Missing persons bulletins were issued across multiple states. Nothing, not a single clue as to what had happened to David Chen. Theories abounded, each more outlandish than the last. Some suggested he'd been abducted by criminals, by a cult, by aliens. Others proposed he'd staged his own disappearance. There was talk of secret government experiments, of portals to other dimensions. I tried to stay grounded, to focus on the facts. But the more I dug into the case, the stranger things became. A week after David's disappearance, I received an anonymous tip. The caller, a trembling voice disguised by some kind of modulator, told me to look into something called the Highway of Tears. At first, I dismissed it as another crackpot lead, but something about the caller's urgency stuck with me. That night, unable to sleep, I started researching. What I found chilled me to the bone. The Highway of Tears, it turned out, wasn't just one highway. It was a phenomenon reported across multiple states, even multiple countries. Lonely stretches of road where people had vanished without a trace, often leaving behind vehicles in perfect working order. In some cases, there were reports of strange lights in the sky. In others, witnesses described a feeling of lost time, of the world around them seeming to shift and change. The deeper I dug, the more cases I found that mirrored David's. A woman in Alaska whose car was found running, her purse still on the seat, footprints leading into the snow before suddenly stopping. A truck driver in Australia who vanished while making a routine delivery, his rig discovered idling on the side of the Outback Highway. I began to compile a file, cross-referencing cases, looking for patterns. Most of the disappearances happened at night. Many occurred in remote areas. In several cases, witnesses reported electronic malfunctions, radios cutting out, phones losing signal, just before the disappearances. As my off-duty hours became consumed by this research, I could feel myself changing. I became jumpy, paranoid. Every time I patrolled that stretch of Highway 50, I found myself scanning the horizon, half expecting to see strange lights or shadowy figures. My colleagues noticed the change. Mike confronted me about it one night over coffee at the station. "Sarah, you've got to let this go," he said, his eyes full of concern. "The Chen case is cold. It's eating you up." I wanted to tell him everything about the highway of tears, about the patterns I'd discovered, but I knew how it would sound. I'd be taken off active duty, sent to psych evaluation. So I nodded, promised to take some time off to get my head straight, but I couldn't let it go. The next night, I found myself back on Highway 50, off duty, my personal vehicle loaded with cameras and scanning equipment I'd borrowed from a friend in the UFO watching community. I don't know what I expected to find. Proof, maybe. Something to make sense of the senseless, to explain the inexplicable. What I got was something else entirely. It was just after midnight when my radio started to crackle with static. At first, I thought nothing of it. Reception was spotty out here at the best of times. But then I noticed the lights on my dashboard flickering. My headlights dimmed, then brightened, then dimmed again. My heart pounded. I pulled over to the side of the road. This was it. The electronic interference reported in other cases. I grabbed my camera, ready to document whatever came next. That's when I saw it. A light in the field beside the highway. Not a flashlight or a vehicle headlight, but something different. It pulsed with a soft, bluish glow, hovering about 6 feet off the ground. I stepped out of my car, camera forgotten in my hand. The light seemed to beckon to me, pulling me forward. I took one step, then another. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a voice was screaming at me to stop, to get back in the car, to drive away as fast as I could. But it was drowned out by an overwhelming sense of curiosity, of longing. I had to know what the light was. I had to understand. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to lose all meaning. The light stayed just ahead of me, always just out of reach. I was vaguely aware of my feet moving, of the brush scraping against my legs, and then suddenly, the light was gone. I blinked, disoriented, the spell broken. I found myself standing in the middle of the field, no idea how far I'd come. I turned back toward the highway, expecting to see my car's headlights. There was nothing. No car, no highway, just empty desert, stretching out in all directions, silvered by the light of a moon I didn't remember seeing earlier. Panic set in. I spun around, trying to get my bearings. That's when I saw them. Footprints in the dirt. My footprints leading to where I stood. And beyond them, another set of prints. Familiar prints that I'd seen once before, ending abruptly in the middle of nowhere. I stood there, my mind reeling as the full weight of my situation crashed down upon me. I understood now. I was no longer the investigator. I had become part of the mystery. As the first light of dawn began to creep across the horizon, I made a decision. I would follow those footprints, David Chen's footprints. Whatever had happened to him, whatever lay beyond that impossible ending, I would find out. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever came next. Then I stepped forward, leaving my own trail of footprints in the desert sand. Somewhere out there, in the vast emptiness of the Nevada desert, there's an abandoned car with its engine still running, and a set of footprints leading nowhere. The highway of tears had claimed another victim, and I had become just another unsolved mystery on the loneliest road in America. The first footprint appeared like a phantom in the morning dew, its shape unmistakably human, yet far too large to belong to any of us. I stared at it, my coffee mug forgotten in my hand as the rising sun cast long shadows across our ravaged campsite. Our food was strewn about, tents slashed, and an eerie silence hung in the air where birdsongs should have been. But it was that single massive footprint that sent a chill down my spine. Whatever had visited us in the night was no ordinary animal, and I had a sickening feeling it wasn't done with us yet. My name's Alex, and this camping trip was supposed to be a chance for my family to reconnect, to escape the constant buzz of technology and remember what it was like to just be together. My wife Sarah, our 2 kids, Lily and Max, and I had spent months planning this getaway to Blue Pine Campground, a remote site nestled deep in the mountains. We'd arrived late yesterday afternoon, the kids buzzing with excitement as we set up our tents and gathered wood for the fire. As the sun set, we roasted marshmallows and told ghost stories, our laughter echoing through the trees. It felt perfect, like we'd finally found a way to pause the hectic pace of our lives and just breathe. If only I'd known then how quickly our idyllic retreat would turn into a nightmare. The first sign that something was wrong came in the middle of the night. I woke to the sound of rustling outside our tent, far too loud to be a raccoon or any of the small wildlife we'd been warned about. Grabbing my flashlight, I unzipped the tent flap and peered out. The beam of light caught a flash of movement at the edge of our campsite. Something large ducked behind a tree too quickly for me to make out its shape. Heart pounding, I zipped the tent back up and lay awake for hours, listening to the sounds of something large moving around our camp. When morning came, the full extent of the intrusion became clear. Our cooler had been upended, its contents scattered across the ground. Claw marks scored the sides of our tents, and there, in a patch of bare earth, was that enormous footprint. "Alex, what's going on?" Sarah's voice snapped me out of my daze. She stood in the entrance of our tent, her eyes widening as she took in the scene. I tried to keep my voice calm, for her sake. "Looks like we had a visitor last night, probably a bear." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. Bears didn't leave footprints like that. As Sarah woke the kids and we began to clean up the mess, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The forest around us seemed too quiet, the shadows between the trees too deep. "Dad, can we go home now?" Lily asked, her voice small and frightened as she clutched her stuffed rabbit. I wanted nothing more than to say yes, to pack up our things and drive back to the safety of civilization. But when I tried to start the car, my blood ran cold. The engine sputtered and died, refusing to turn over no matter how many times I tried. "It's okay," I told my family, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. "Probably just a dead battery. I'll hike down to the ranger station and get help." Sarah grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with fear. "You can't go out there alone. What if whatever did this is still out there?" I hesitated. She was right, of course. But what choice did we have? In the end, we decided to stick together. We packed some supplies and started down the trail toward the ranger station. It was only 5 miles, an easy hike under normal circumstances. But with every snapping twig and rustle in the underbrush, our nerves frayed a little more. We were about halfway there when Max spotted it. Another footprint, this one pressed into a patch of mud beside the trail. It was even larger than the first, and fresher. "It's following us," Sarah whispered, pulling the kids close. I wanted to reassure her, to say it was probably just a coincidence, but the words stuck in my throat, because deep down, I knew she was right. We picked up our pace, the kids whimpering as branches scratched at their arms and legs. The sun was starting to set, the forest growing darker by the minute, and still the ranger station seemed no closer. That's when we heard it, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Lily screamed, and Max burst into tears. "Run!" I yelled, scooping up Lily as Sarah grabbed Max's hand. We tore down the trail, blind panic driving us forward. Branches whipped at our faces, roots threatened to trip us at every step, and all the while, that growl grew louder, closer. I chanced to look back and immediately wished I hadn't. Something was moving through the trees behind us, something massive and dark. I caught a glimpse of glowing eyes and a flash of teeth before I turned back, running faster than I ever had in my life. We burst into a small clearing, gasping for breath, and there, like a miracle, was a cabin. Not the ranger station we'd been aiming for, but at that moment, it looked like salvation. I didn't stop to question our luck. We raced for the door, praying it would be unlocked. The handle turned under my grip, and we tumbled inside, slamming the door behind us. For a long moment, we just stood there, chests heaving, listening to the sounds of something large circling the cabin. Scratching noises came from the walls, and a low, frustrated growl echoed through the night. "What is it, Daddy?" Lily whimpered, burying her face in my shoulder. "I don't know, sweetheart," I said, stroking her hair, "but we're safe in here. It can't get us." As our eyes adjusted to the gloom, we began to take in our surroundings. The cabin was small, just one room, with a fireplace, a few pieces of rustic furniture, and shelves lined with canned goods and supplies. It looked like some kind of emergency shelter or hunting cabin. Sarah found some lanterns and lit them, casting a warm glow around the room as the kids huddled together on a threadbare couch. She pulled me aside. "Alex, what are we going to do?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "What if it doesn't leave?" I took a deep breath, trying to think rationally. "We've got shelter, and it looks like there's enough food here to last a while. We'll wait it out. Someone's bound to come looking for us eventually." But as the night wore on, that confidence began to waver. The creature outside showed no signs of leaving. We could hear it moving around the cabin, testing the walls and door. Occasionally, it would let out a roar that made the windows rattle. The kids finally fell into an uneasy sleep, exhausted from the day's terror. Sarah and I took turns keeping watch, peering out the windows into the darkness. It was during my watch, in the darkest hours of the night, that I saw it clearly for the first time. The moon had come out from behind the clouds, illuminating the clearing in front of the cabin, and there, standing at the edge of the trees, was a creature that shouldn't exist. It was massive, easily 8 feet tall, with a body that seemed to be a patchwork of animal parts. Thick fur covered most of its body, but I could see patches of scales and what looked like feathers. Its face was a nightmarish blend of bear and something almost human, with eyes that glowed an unnatural yellow in the moonlight. As I watched, frozen in horror, it turned those glowing eyes directly toward me, and then, impossibly, it smiled, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. I stumbled back from the window, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. This couldn't be real. Creatures like that didn't exist. They couldn't. But the growl that rumbled through the night was very, very real. I don't know how long we stayed in that cabin. Days blurred together, marked only by the rising and setting of the sun and the constant presence of the creature outside. We rationed the food carefully, knowing we might be in for a long wait. The kids were surprisingly resilient, turning our confinement into a game of sorts. But I could see the strain wearing on Sarah, the constant fear taking its toll. What I think was the 5th day, we woke to silence. No growls, no scratching at the walls. Cautiously, I peered out the window. The clearing was empty. We waited another full day before we dared to venture out. The forest seemed normal again. Birds singing, small animals scurrying about. But the claw marks on the cabin walls and the massive footprints in the mud were undeniable proof that our ordeal had been real. We made our way back to our campsite, half expecting to find it destroyed. Instead, we found park rangers and a search party. Our car had been fixed. Apparently, someone had noticed it, sitting abandoned, and called it in. We told them a sanitized version of events, that we'd gotten lost, found the cabin, and waited out a storm. Who would believe the truth? As we drove home, the kids chattering excitedly about their adventure, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd glimpsed something we were never meant to see. A creature that lurked in the shadows of the world, defying explanation. We never went camping again, but sometimes, on dark nights, when the wind howls outside our safely locked doors, I find myself thinking about that cabin in the woods, and I wonder if somewhere out there, in the vast wilderness, that creature is still roaming, waiting for the next unsuspecting family to cross its path. The wilderness holds secrets, ancient and terrifying, and sometimes those secrets have teeth and claws. The first thing I noticed was the silence. On a cruise ship carrying over 3,000 passengers and 1,500 crew members, silence is never a good sign. I stood in the middle of the Leo deck, where just hours ago families had been splashing in the pool and music had been blaring from the speakers. Now, there was nothing but the gentle lapping of waves against the hull and the distant hum of engines. As I turned in a slow circle, taking in the abandoned lounge chairs and half-empty cocktails, a chill ran down my spine. Where was everyone? And why did the air suddenly feel so different? My name is Mia Chen, and what should have been a relaxing Caribbean cruise turned into the most bewildering and terrifying experience of my life. I'm still not sure I believe what happened to me, but I know one thing for certain. Time isn't as linear as we think it is, and sometimes the fabric of reality can slip in ways we can't begin to understand. It had started as a typical day at sea. I'd woken up late, nursed a slight hangover from the previous night's karaoke party with a greasy breakfast, and spent the morning lounging by the pool with my latest beach read. Around noon, I decided to head back to my cabin for a quick nap before the afternoon's activities. I remember closing my eyes, the gentle rocking of the ship lulling me to sleep. When I woke up, the light filtering through my porthole window seemed off, dimmer somehow, with a strange bluish quality I'd never seen before. Disoriented, I checked my phone. The screen was black, completely dead, despite having been fully charged when I lay down. Frowning, I got up and tried the cabin's phone. Nothing, but a faint buzzing on the line. That's when I noticed the silence. No distant laughter from the hallway, no muffled announcements over the PA system. Just nothing. A knot of unease formed in my stomach. I stepped out into the hallway. It was deserted. The usual bustle of passengers and crew members was conspicuously absent. My footsteps echoed unnaturally loud on the carpeted floor as I made my way toward the elevator bank. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and lost in the empty corridor. No response. The elevator arrived with a cheerful ding that seemed wildly out of place in the eerie silence. As I rode up to the Lido deck, I tried to rationalize what was happening. Maybe there was some sort of emergency drill I'd slept through, but no. They always announced those well in advance, and surely someone would have woken me. When the elevator doors opened onto the Lido deck, the full extent of the strangeness hit me. The massive, open-air deck was completely deserted. Lounge chairs sat empty, some with towels and books still draped over them, as if their occupants had just stepped away for a moment. The bars were unmanned, rows of colorful cocktails abandoned on their counters. I walked slowly around the deck, my heart pounding. "Hello?" I called again, louder this time. "Is anyone here?" Only the sound of the waves answered me. As I completed my circuit of the deck, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The lifeboats were all still in place. If there had been some kind of emergency evacuation, surely they would have been launched. I spent the next few hours searching the ship, deck by deck, my panic growing with each empty room and deserted corridor I encountered. The theater was mid-setup for the evening's show. The casino slot machines blinked silently in the dim light. The main dining room was set for a dinner that would never be served. Everywhere I looked, I found signs of life interrupted. Half-eaten meals in the buffet, a load of laundry tumbling endlessly in a dryer in the otherwise empty laundromat, a child's stuffed animal dropped in the middle of a hallway. But of the thousands of people who should have been on board, I found no trace. As night fell, or what I assumed was night, given the deepening of that strange bluish light, I made my way to the bridge, hoping against hope to find someone, anyone, who could explain what was happening. The bridge was as deserted as the rest of the ship, but at least here there were signs of life. Radar screens blinked, showing our position in the middle of the Caribbean Sea. Navigation systems hummed softly. The ship was still on course, its automated systems continuing their work even in the absence of human oversight. I slumped into the captain's chair, exhaustion and fear finally overtaking me. What had happened? Where was everyone? And more importantly, what was I going to do now? As I sat there, staring blankly at the array of instruments before me, something caught my eye. The date display on one of the monitors. I blinked. Sure, I must be seeing things, but no. There it was, in glowing green letters. August 13th, 2024. A week, somehow impossibly a week, had passed since I'd laid down for my nap. I laughed then, a high, hysterical sound that echoed weirdly in the empty bridge. This couldn't be happening. People didn't just lose a week of time. Entire ships full of people didn't just vanish. And yet, here I was. The next few days, if they were indeed days, as time seemed to have lost all meaning, passed in a blur. I roamed the ship, leaving notes in every public space, begging for a response, for some sign that I wasn't alone. I tried every phone, every radio, every possible means of communication, but was met with nothing but static. I ate from the slowly rotting supplies in the ship's massive kitchens, slept fitfully in a different cabin each night, and tried to keep myself sane by talking out loud. narrating my actions as if I were the protagonist in some bizarre reality show. On what I think was the fourth day of my solitude, I saw the lights. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, my mind finally cracking under the strain of isolation. But no, there they were, distant pinpricks of light on the horizon, growing larger by the minute. Hope surged through me. Another ship? A rescue party? I raced to the bow, waving my arms and shouting, even though I knew they were still too far away to see or hear me. As the lights grew closer, I realized with a start that they weren't coming from the sea, but from the sky. My elation turned to confusion, then to a kind of numb acceptance. Of course, why not? After everything else, why shouldn't there be strange lights in the sky? The lights descended slowly, hovering over the ship. They were beautiful, pulsing with colors I had no names for, casting shimmering reflections on the calm sea. As I watched, a beam of light shot down from the center of the formation, touching the deck just a few feet away from me. And then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the lights vanished, and I was no longer alone. The deck was filled with people, passengers in swimsuits and sundresses, crew members in their crisp uniforms. They milled about in confusion, voices rising in a babble of questions and exclamations. What happened? Where did everyone go? Was I dreaming? I stood frozen, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. A man in a captain's uniform strode purposefully towards me, his face a mask of concern. Miss, are you all right? You look pale. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. How could I possibly explain what had happened? In the days that followed, as the ship made its way back to port, a story was pieced together. According to everyone else on board, no time had passed at all. One moment, they had been going about their day. The next, they had found themselves standing on the deck, disoriented and confused. Only I remembered the empty ship, the days of solitude, the strange lights. Only I had lived through that impossible week. The incident made headlines around the world. Cruise ship reappears after mysterious disappearance. Experts were consulted. Theories were proposed and debunked. Some spoke of wormholes, others of alien abduction. A few fringe voices even suggested a mass hallucination or an elaborate hoax. As for me, I gave my statement to the authorities and then retreated from the public eye. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? How could I describe the profound loneliness of those days on the empty ship, the bone-deep wrongness of a world slightly out of sync? I've never set foot on another cruise ship. The sight of the ocean fills me with a nameless dread. And sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night, I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced that I'm back there, alone on an empty ship, adrift in a sea of time. I don't know what happened on the paradise of the seas. I don't know where everyone went, or why I was left behind, or what those lights in the sky were. But I do know this: our understanding of reality, of time and space, is far more limited than we think. There are things out there, forces at work, that we can't begin to comprehend. And sometimes, if we're very unlucky, we catch a glimpse of them, a peek behind the curtain of reality, into the vast, terrifying unknown that lies beyond. I got that glimpse, and it changed me forever. So, the next time you're on a cruise, or any ship for that matter, and you feel a sudden chill, or notice the quality of light change ever so slightly, or find yourself alone in a place that should be crowded, remember my story and hope with every fiber of your being that you don't slip through the cracks of time like I did. Because trust me, once you've experienced that kind of impossible solitude, you're never quite the same again. The scratching started on the first night, a faint, persistent sound that could have been tree branches against the cabin's wooden walls. If not for the absolute stillness of the air outside, I lay awake, Emily's steady breathing beside me, and listened as the noise grew louder, more deliberate. It wasn't until I heard a distinct tapping on the bedroom window that I realized, with a chill that ran deep into my bones, that whatever was out there wasn't a tree, and it wanted in. My name is Daniel, and what was supposed to be a romantic getaway with my girlfriend turned into a waking nightmare that I'm still trying to understand. We'd been dating for a year, and with both of us drowning in work stress, a week in a secluded cabin seemed like the perfect escape. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, just us and the great outdoors. If only we'd known what was waiting for us in those woods. We arrived at the cabin late Friday afternoon. It was exactly as advertised. A cozy, 2-bedroom log structure nestled in a clearing, surrounded by towering pines. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and the dirt road leading to the property had been rough enough to make us question our decision more than once. But as we stepped out of the car, the fresh mountain air and the absolute quiet washed away our doubts. This was exactly what we needed. The cabin's owner, a gruff older man named Bill, met us with the keys. As he gave us a quick tour, I couldn't help but notice how his eyes darted nervously around, never quite settling on one spot. Now, a couple things to remember, he said as we stood on the porch. Don't go wandering in the woods after dark. Lots of wildlife out there, and it's easy to get turned around. And if you hear any strange noises at night, just ignore them. Probably just raccoons or something. I nodded, not thinking much of it at the time. Every cabin owner had their quirks and warnings. Oh, and one more thing, Bill added, his hand on the door. Whatever you do, don't open the doors or windows at night, no matter what you hear. Got it? Before we could ask what he meant, he was gone, his truck kicking up dust as he sped down the dirt road. Emily and I exchanged glances. Well, that was weird, she said with a nervous laugh. I shrugged it off. Probably just trying to scare the city folk. Come on, let's unpack. The rest of the day was perfect. We hiked a nearby trail, cooked dinner on the old wood stove, and spent the evening cuddled up on the porch swing, watching the stars come out in a sky unspoiled by light pollution. It wasn't until we were getting ready for bed that I noticed the scratches. They were on the inside of the doors and around the windows, long, deep gouges in the wood that looked like they'd been made by something with very sharp claws. Em, come look at this, I called out. She came over, frowning, as she ran her fingers over the marks. Weird. You think a bear tried to get in or something? Maybe, I said. Though something about the scratches made my skin crawl. They seemed too deliberate, too purposeful. We went to bed, joking about ghost bears to lighten the mood. But as the night wore on and the scratching started, those jokes didn't seem funny anymore. I lay there, every muscle tense, listening to the sound move around the cabin. Scratch, scratch, pause. Scratch, scratch, pause. Then the tapping on the window, like something was testing the glass. Emily stirred beside me. Dan, do you hear that? I nodded, not trusting my voice. We clung to each other, barely breathing, as the tapping moved from window to window. Finally, after what felt like hours, it stopped. We eventually fell into an uneasy sleep. As dawn began to break the next morning, we tried to rationalize what had happened. Raccoons, we decided, or maybe a particularly persistent owl. We spent the day hiking and swimming in a nearby lake, the bright sunshine making the terrors of the night seem distant and silly. But as evening fell and we returned to the cabin, that sense of unease crept back. We double-checked all the locks, drew the curtains tight, and tried to distract ourselves with board games and wine. The scratching started earlier that night, more insistent than before, and this time it was accompanied by something else, a low, guttural sound that was almost, but not quite, a voice. "Daniel," Emily whispered, her face pale in the lamplight. "That's not an animal." I wanted to reassure her, to say it was just the wind, or our imaginations playing tricks on us. But as the not quite voice grew louder, forming sounds that were almost words, I couldn't lie to her or myself. We huddled together on the bed, watching the shadows under the door, listening to whatever was out there circle the cabin again and again. At one point, something heavy threw itself against the front door, making the whole cabin shudder. I thought about making a run for the car, but the keys were in the living room, and the idea of opening any door seemed impossible. So we waited, clinging to each other, as the night stretched on endlessly. Just before dawn, in that darkest hour when hope seems furthest away, we heard a new sound. Footsteps on the porch, then a knock at the door. A human knock. "Hello? Anyone in there?" A man's voice, gruff but blessedly normal. We approached the door cautiously. Through the peephole, I could see Bill, the cabin owner, standing on the porch with a flashlight. I opened the door, relief flooding through me. "Bill, thank God. There's something out here. Something..." He cut me off, pushing past us into the cabin. "I know. That's why I'm here. You two okay?" We nodded, still shaken. Bill did a quick circuit of the cabin, checking the windows and doors. When he was satisfied, he turned to us with a grim expression. "I owe you an apology," he said. "I should have told you the whole truth when you got here, but I was afraid you'd leave, and I need the money, if I'm being honest." "Told us what?" Emily demanded. "What the hell is going on here?" Bill sighed, suddenly looking much older. "This land, it's not right. Never has been. As long as I can remember, things live in these woods. Things that ain't natural. Most of the time, they keep to themselves. But sometimes, especially when there's new blood around, they get curious." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What kind of things?" He shook his head. "I don't rightly know. Never seen 'em clearly, but I've heard 'em. Felt them watching. They're smart, whatever they are. Smart and hungry." "Why don't you leave?" Emily asked. "I can't," Bill said simply. "This land's been in my family for generations. And besides," he added, his voice dropping to a near whisper, "I don't think they'd let me." We spent the rest of that night huddled in the living room with Bill, listening to his stories of the things that lived in the woods, tales passed down through his family, of people who'd vanished over the years, of nights when the barriers between our world and something else seemed as thin as paper. As the sun rose, casting long shadows through the trees, Bill stood up. "They'll be gone now. They can't stand the daylight. You two should pack up and go. I'll refund your money." We didn't argue. Within an hour, we were in our car, speeding down the mountain road, the cabin receding in our rearview mirror. We never talked much about what happened that weekend. How could we explain it to anyone else? Even between ourselves, we found it easier to let the memory fade, to focus on our normal, safe lives in the city. But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind blows just right, I find myself listening for that scratching sound. And in my dreams, I still hear that almost voice calling from just beyond the walls, trying to form words I hope I never understand. I don't know what lives in those woods. I don't know why it was so interested in us, or what it might have done if it had gotten inside. But I do know this. There are places in this world where the veil between realities is thin, where things we can't comprehend lurk just out of sight. If you ever find yourself in a secluded cabin miles from civilization, and you hear a scratching at the door or a tapping at the window, remember my story. Keep the doors locked, the curtains drawn, and whatever you do, don't let it in. Because once you acknowledge those things in the dark, once you let them know you can hear them, they'll never stop calling. And sooner or later, curiosity or fear or a simple exhaustion might lead you to answer. Take it from me. Some calls are better left unanswered. Some doors are meant to stay closed, and some woods are best left unexplored, no matter how inviting they might seem in the light of day. The voice crackled through the CB radio, desperate and filled with static. Please, anyone, I need help. I'm at the old Starlight truck stop. Something's here. Oh God, it's coming back. Please hurry. Then, nothing but dead air. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, as I stared out at the empty highway stretching before me. The rational part of my brain said to ignore it, to keep driving. But 20 years on the road had taught me one thing. Out here in the vast emptiness of the American night, sometimes a trucker is all that stands between a stranger and disaster. With a muttered curse, I flipped on my turn signal and took the next exit. I didn't know it then, but that decision would lead me into a nightmare I'm still trying to understand. My name is Mike Callahan, and I've been hauling freight across the country since I was old enough to get my CDL. I've seen my share of weird stuff out on the lonely highways. Ghost lights, inexplicable weather patterns, even what some might call UFOs. But nothing, in all my years, prepared me for what I encountered that night at the abandoned Starlight truck stop. It was a typical run, Seattle to Miami, with a trailer full of electronics. I was making good time. The miles melted away under my wheels as I cruised through the New Mexico desert. The radio kept me company, a mix of old country tunes and the occasional chatter from other truckers. It was just past 2 a.m. when the distress call came through. At first, I thought it was just some kids playing around on the channel. It wouldn't be the first time, but something in that voice, the raw fear, the desperation, made me think twice. I tried to respond, to get more information, but there was no answer, just that eerie static. I knew the Starlight. It had been a popular stop back in the day, a little oasis of neon and greasy food in the middle of nowhere, but it had shut down years ago. Another victim of the new highway bypass. Now, it was just a crumbling relic, slowly being reclaimed by the desert. As I took the exit, a cold feeling settled in my gut. What if this was a trap? It wouldn't be the first time someone tried to lure a trucker off the main road with a fake distress call. But I couldn't shake the memory of that terrified voice. If someone really was in trouble out here, they didn't have many options for help. The old access road was barely more than a pair of tire tracks now. weeds growing up through cracks in the asphalt. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating scrub brush and the occasional piece of wind-blown trash. And then, rising out of the night like a ghost, I saw it, the Starlight truck stop. It was in worse shape than I remembered. The once cheerful neon sign was dark, most of its tubes shattered. The windows of the main building were boarded up, and half the roof had caved in. The vast parking lot, once filled with rigs from all over the country, was empty, save for tumbleweeds and broken glass. I pulled up in front of the main entrance, leaving my engine running. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the idle of my truck and the creak of settling metal as the old building shifted in the night wind. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and lost in the emptiness. "Anyone here?" I heard a distress call on the CB. Nothing, not even an echo. I grabbed my flashlight from the cab and cautiously approached the building. The boards over the main doors had been pried away, leaving a dark maw that seemed to swallow my light. Every instinct screamed at me to get back in my truck and drive away, but I couldn't shake the memory of that desperate voice. What if someone was in there, unable to call out? I stepped inside, the beam of my flashlight revealing a scene of decay and abandonment. Overturned tables, shattered plates, layers of dust covering everything. It looked like the place had been picked clean by scavengers years ago. "Hello?" I called again, my voice echoing in the empty space. "Anyone here?" A sound from the back of the building made me jump. A scraping noise, like something heavy being dragged across the floor. "Hey, you okay back there?" I moved towards the sound, my heart pounding, as I rounded the corner into what used to be the kitchen. My flashlight beam fell on something that made my blood run cold. There, propped up against an old stove, was a CB radio. It looked brand new, completely out of place in the ruin around it. I approached slowly, my mind racing. Had the person who called for help left this here? But why? And where were they now? That's when I noticed something else. On the floor around the radio were strange markings, curved lines and symbols drawn in what looked horribly like dried blood. I took a step back, suddenly very aware of how quiet it was. Even the wind seemed to have died down. And then I heard it, a low, guttural sound coming from somewhere behind me. It was almost, but not quite, a voice. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I slowly turned around. There, in the doorway, was something. In the brief moment before terror overtook me, my mind tried to make sense of what I was seeing. It was vaguely humanoid, but too tall, too thin, its limbs bent at impossible angles, and its face, God, its face, was just a blank expanse of pale skin, with a mouth that split it from top to bottom. I'd like to say I fought, or that I at least had the presence of mind to run, but the truth is, I froze, rooted to the spot, as that thing unfolded itself, growing even taller as it flowed into the room, like smoke given form. It reached for me, with hands that were more like claws, and I felt my consciousness slipping away. The last thing I remember is the CB radio crackling to life. That same desperate voice calling out for help. I woke up in my truck, parked on the side of the highway. For a moment, I thought it had all been a vivid nightmare, but then I noticed the dust coating my clothes, the scratches on my arms, and there, on the passenger seat, was the CB radio from the abandoned truck stop. My logbook showed I'd lost almost 6 hours. 6 hours that I had no memory of. I drove to the nearest town in a daze, checked into a motel, tried to make sense of what had happened. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Or had my mind conjured up some impossible horror to fill in the gaps in my memory? I thought about going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd been lured to an abandoned truck stop by a ghost on the CB, then attacked by some kind of monster. They'd laugh me out of the station if they didn't lock me up for my own safety. In the end, I did the only thing I could do. I got back on the road and finished my run. But things were different after that night. I found myself jumping at shadows, flinching every time the CB crackled with static. I started taking routes that avoided long stretches of empty highway, even if it meant longer trips. And that CB radio, I couldn't bring myself to get rid of it, but I couldn't stand to have it in my truck either. It sits in a storage unit now, wrapped in chains and locked in a box. Some nights, I swear, I can hear it calling, that same desperate voice begging for help. I've tried to find out more about the Starlight truck stop since then. Turns out, it has quite a history. Stories of disappearances going back decades. Truckers who stopped there and were never seen again. Local legends about ancient burial grounds and doorways to other worlds. I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know if what I experienced was real, or some kind of hallucination, or something in between. But I do know this. There are things out there in the darkness that we can't explain. Things that lurk on the edges of our world, waiting for someone to answer their call. So, if you're ever out on the road late at night and you hear a desperate voice on the CB begging for help, think twice before you answer. Because sometimes the call for help isn't coming from someone in trouble. Sometimes it's coming from the trouble itself. And if you find yourself driving past an abandoned truck stop in the middle of the New Mexico desert, keep on driving, don't look back, and whatever you do, don't stop, because you never know what might be waiting there in the darkness, ready to pull you into a nightmare you might never wake up from. As for me, I still drive, but never at night, if I can help it, and I keep my CB turned off, no matter how lonely the road gets, because I know now that some calls are better left unanswered, and some mysteries are best left unsolved. The first thing I noticed when I stepped out onto the porch that morning was the silence. No birdsong, no distant low of cattle, not even the rustle of wind through the cornfields. Just an eerie, oppressive quiet that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Then I saw it. A vast, intricate pattern carved into my wheat field, the stalks bent and woven with impossible precision. In that moment, as the rising sun cast long shadows across the design, I knew my life would never be the same. What I didn't know was how deep the rabbit hole went, or how dangerous the truth would turn out to be. My name's Jack Harper, and I've been farming this land for over 30 years. It's been in my family for generations, passed down from father to son, since my great-grandfather first broke ground here in the 1890s. I've seen droughts, floods, and everything in between, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened that summer. It started innocently enough. A few of my cows got spooked one night, breaking through a fence and stampeding across the north pasture. Unusual, but not unheard of. Then my tractor started acting up, the electronics going haywire for no apparent reason. Again, annoying, but nothing too out of the ordinary for aging farm equipment. But then came the lights. I first saw them about a week before the crop circle appeared. I was up late, going over some paperwork in the kitchen, when a flash of light outside caught my eye. At first, I thought it was headlights from a passing car, but we're pretty isolated out here. The nearest neighbor is 5 miles down the road. I stepped outside, and that's when I saw them. 3 bright orbs of light hovering silently over my wheat field. They pulsed with an otherworldly glow, casting long shadows across the swaying stalks. I stood there frozen for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, the lights shot straight up into the sky and vanished. I told myself I was tired, that maybe I dozed off at the kitchen table and dreamed the whole thing. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. The next few nights, I stayed up watching, but the lights didn't return. Just as I was starting to think I'd imagined it all, I woke up to find the crop circle. It was massive, covering nearly half of my 100-acre wheat field. The design was incredibly complex, a series of interlocking circles and crescents that seemed to spiral out from a central point. The wheat stalks were bent, not broken, woven together in a way that defied explanation. I called the sheriff more out of a sense of obligation than any real hope for answers. Bob's been a friend for years, but I could see the skepticism in his eyes as he surveyed the damage. Could be pranksters, he suggested, not sounding very convinced. You know how kids get in the summer, looking for thrills. I shook my head. Bob, this would have taken a team of people all night to do, and they'd have left tracks. Look at the ground. There's not a single footprint or tire track anywhere. He didn't have an answer for that. Words spread quickly, as it tends to do in small towns. By noon, my driveway was clogged with curiosity seekers, amateur paranormal investigators, and local news crews. I did my best to keep them off my property, but it was like trying to hold back the tide. That's when things started to get really strange. It began with the animals. My dogs, usually friendly to a fault, became aggressive, snarling at anyone who came near the crop circle. Cattle refused to graze anywhere near that field, clustering at the far end of their pasture and bellowing uneasily through the night. Then the equipment failures escalated. Not just my tractor now, but every piece of electronic equipment on the farm. Cell phones died within minutes of being fully charged. The TV emitted nothing but static, occasionally interrupted by bursts of what sounded like voices speaking in an unknown language. And the dreams. God, the dreams. Every night, I found myself wandering through that wheat field, the stalks whispering, singing around me in voices just on the edge of comprehension. Something was always just ahead of me, always just out of sight. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the taste of metal in my mouth, and the feeling that I was on the verge of understanding something vast and terrible. About a week after the crop circle appeared, I had a visitor. He introduced himself as Dr. Alan Fredman, an astrophysicist from the State University. He was different from the other investigators who'd come sniffing around, quieter, more serious. Mr. Harper, he said, his eyes never leaving the crop circle, have you noticed any other unusual phenomena since this appeared? Lights in the sky, perhaps? Electronic disturbances? The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. How did you know about that? He turned to me, then his expression grave. Because this isn't the first time this has happened. There's a pattern, Mr. Harper. These events, They're escalating. Over the next few hours, Dr. Fredman told me things that shook me to my core about other crop circles, all following a similar design, appearing across the country over the past few years, about increased UFO sightings in those areas, and about people who had gone missing, always in the weeks following the appearance of a circle. "We believe," he said in a low voice, "that these are some kind of test sites, that whatever intelligence is behind this is preparing for something bigger." I wanted to dismiss it all as crazy talk, but I couldn't. Not after what I'd seen, what I'd experienced. "What do they want?" I asked, my mouth dry. Dr. Fredman shook his head. "We don't know, but we think you might be in danger, Mr. Harper. These sites, they seem to have a strange effect on the people closest to them. We've documented cases of unusual behavior, of people claiming to receive messages or orders from some unknown source." As he spoke, I felt a chill run down my spine. I thought of my dreams, of the whispers just on the edge of understanding. "What should I do?" I asked. "Let us set up some monitoring equipment," he said. "And whatever you do, don't enter that field. No matter what you hear, no matter what you think you see, promise me." I promised, but promises, I would soon learn, are hard to keep when reality itself seems to be unraveling around you. The next few days were a blur of activity. Dr. Fredman and his team set up cameras and sensors around the perimeter of the crop circle. They took samples of the soil and the wheat, muttering to each other in low, worried tones. And all the while, the whispers in my dreams grew louder, more insistent. I'd wake up with strange symbols etched in my mind, my fingers itching to draw them. The urge to walk into that field, to reach the center of the circle, became almost overwhelming. It all came to a head on the 7th night after the circle appeared. I was jolted awake by a sound I'd never heard before, a low, thrumming vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I stumbled to the window and felt my heart stop. The crop circle was glowing, pulsing with a soft, blue-white light that seemed to beat in time with the thrumming sound. And there, hovering above it, were the lights I'd seen before, but this time, they were descending. I don't remember deciding to go outside. One moment, I was at the window. The next, I was running across the yard in my pajamas, drawn toward the circle by a force I couldn't resist. Dr. Fredman's warning echoed in my head, but it seemed distant, unimportant. All that mattered was reaching the center of the circle, meeting whatever was coming down from the sky. I was at the edge of the wheat field when a hand grabbed my arm, yanking me back. It was Dr. Fredman, his face pale in the otherworldly light. "Harper, no," he shouted over the thrumming. "If you go in there, we'll lose you." I struggled against his grip, the whispers in my head drowning out everything else. But he held firm, and slowly, painfully, I felt the compulsion begin to fade. We watched transfixed as the lights descended into the center of the crop circle. There was a flash so bright it left spots dancing in my vision, and then nothing. The lights were gone. The thrumming stopped. The crop circle lay dark and still. In the days that followed, government agents swarmed my farm. The crop circle was dug up, every grain of soil tested and retested. I was questioned for hours, as were Dr. Fredman and his team. They found nothing. No radiation, no unexplained elements, nothing to prove that anything out of the ordinary had happened. The official story became that it was an elaborate hoax. Despite the lack of any evidence, to support that theory, but I know what I saw. I know what I felt. It's been 5 years since that night. I still farm the land, but things are different now. The wheat doesn't grow in that field anymore, no matter what we plant. On quiet nights, I sometimes think I can still hear those whispers on the edge of my mind. And sometimes, when I look up at the stars, I can't shake the feeling that something up there is looking back, watching, waiting. I don't know what would have happened if I'd made it to the center of that circle. I don't know what's coming or when, but I do know this. We are not alone, and the universe is stranger and more terrifying than we can imagine. So if you ever find a strange pattern carved into your fields, or see lights in the sky that move like nothing you've ever seen before, remember my story. And whatever you do, don't answer when they call. Because once you do, there's no going back. The coffee cup was still warm. That's what got me. Not the eerie silence. Not the abandoned cars. Not even the fresh tire tracks leading nowhere. It was that paper cup in the trash, steam still rising from its contents, that made my skin crawl. Someone had been here moments ago, but the rest stop was deserted. As I stood there, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. There at the edge of the woods, a figure watched. And in that moment, I knew I'd stumbled into something I shouldn't have seen. Something I might not escape from. My name's Alex, and I've been driving cross-country for a living for the better part of a decade. Long-haul trucking isn't glamorous, but it pays the bills and satisfies my wanderlust. I've seen my share of weird stuff on the road, inexplicable lights in the sky, ghost towns that aren't on any map, even what some might call supernatural occurrences. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what I encountered that night at the Pinewood rest stop. It was a routine run, St. Louis to Portland, with a trailer full of electronics. I'd been pushing hard, trying to make up time after a delay at my last stop. The night was moonless, the highway a ribbon of black stretching endlessly before me. I'd been fighting sleep for the last hour, my eyes gritty and my mind fuzzy. When I saw the sign for the rest stop, I almost cried with relief. Just a quick break, I told myself. Splash some water on my face, grab a coffee, and I'd be good for another few hours. The rest stop appeared out of the darkness like an island of light. It was one of those older ones, with a small building housing restrooms and vending machines, and a separate area for trucks to park. As I pulled in, I noticed a few cars in the lot, but no people visible. I parked and stepped out of my rig, stretching muscles cramped from hours of sitting. The air was unnaturally still. No breeze, no sounds of insects or distant traffic, just silence. That should have been my first warning. I made my way to the building, my footsteps echoing loudly on the concrete. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound jarring in the quiet. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed softly, casting a harsh glare over the empty space. I headed for the men's room, splashing cold water on my face and letting it run down my neck. As I looked up at my reflection, haggard and pale in the mirror, I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. In the mirror, reflected in the partially open door behind me, I caught a glimpse of movement. Just a shadow, really, but distinctly human-shaped. I whirled around, but the doorway was empty. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and nervous, even to my own ears. No response, shaking it off as a trick of my tired mind. I left the restroom and headed for the vending machines. That's when I noticed the other oddities. A jacket draped over a chair, as if its owner had just stepped away. A smartphone on a table, its screen still lit up. And there, in the trash can by the door, that steaming cup of coffee. My skin prickled with goosebumps. Where was everyone? I stepped back outside, scanning the parking lot. The cars I'd seen earlier were still there, some with doors hanging open. I approached the nearest one, a blue sedan. The keys were in the ignition, the engine ticking as it cooled. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice echoing across the empty lot. "Anyone here?" The silence that answered was deafening. That's when I saw the tire tracks, fresh ones, leading from one of the parking spots and stopping abruptly at the edge of the lot, as if the car had simply vanished into thin air. My heart was pounding now, adrenaline clearing the fog of exhaustion from my mind. Something was very, very wrong here. I turned, intending to run back to my truck and get the hell out of there. That's when I saw it, the figure at the edge of the woods. It was human-shaped, but somehow off. Too tall, too thin, its proportions not quite right. It stood perfectly still, half hidden behind a tree, watching me. I froze, caught in its gaze like a rabbit before a wolf. For a long moment, neither of us moved. Then, slowly, it raised a hand, beckoning. Terror jolted through me like an electric shock. I ran, sprinting back to my truck with a speed I didn't know I possessed. I fumbled with the keys, swearing as I dropped them, scrabbling in the gravel to retrieve them. As I pulled myself up into the cab, I risked a glance back. The figure was closer now, no longer hiding behind the trees. In the harsh glare of the rest stoplights, I could see it more clearly. And God, I wish I couldn't. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched too tight over an impossible frame. Its face was smooth, featureless, except for deep-set eyes that reflected the light like a cat's. And its mouth split its face from ear to ear, filled with needle-sharp teeth. I got the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life as I slammed the truck into gear. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. More figures emerging from the woods. Dozens of them, all with that same impossible physiology, all moving with an unnatural, fluid grace. I floored it, the truck's tires spinning in the gravel before finding purchase. I tore out of that rest stop like all the demons of hell were on my tail. And for all I know, they were. I drove for hours, pushing well past the legal limit for consecutive time behind the wheel. I didn't stop until the sun was high in the sky, and I was 2 states away. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When I finally worked up the courage to check my mirrors, the highway way behind me was empty. No sign of pursuit, no hint of the horror I'd left behind. But the memory of those figures, of that beckoning hand, was burned into my mind. I considered reporting what I'd seen, but who would believe me? I'd sound like a lunatic, raving about monsters at a rest stop. So, I kept quiet, finished my run, and tried to convince myself it had all been a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But I couldn't forget, and I couldn't stop wondering about those people at the rest stop, the ones who'd left behind their cars, their belongings, the ones who'd followed that beckoning hand into the woods. Where had they gone? What had happened to them? In the weeks that followed, I did some digging. It wasn't easy. I'm no detective, and I had precious little to go on. But what I found chilled me to the bone. There were stories whispered, tales among long-haul truckers and late-night travelers. stories of rest stops where people vanished without a trace, a figure seen at the edge of the woods, always at night, always beckoning. Some called them aliens. Others said they were interdimensional beings. A few spoke of ancient, forgotten gods awakening in our modern world. I don't know what they are. I don't know what they want. But I know they're out there, waiting at the edges of lonely highways, in the shadows of late-night rest stops. I still drive, but never at night if I can help it. I avoid rest stops, pushing myself to make it from one major town to the next without breaks. And I never, ever stop if I see a solitary figure standing at the edge of the woods. Sometimes, on long hauls, when the night is dark and the road seems to go on forever, I think I see them in my mirrors. Tall, thin figures, keeping pace with my truck despite its speed, watching, waiting, and sometimes I wonder if I really did escape that night, or if somehow I'm still there, trapped in some in-between place, living out a life that's not quite real. So, if you're ever driving late at night and you see a rest stop appear out of the darkness, think twice before you stop. Check your gas gauge, your caffeine levels, your fatigue. Ask yourself, is it worth the risk? Because you never know what might be waiting there in the shadows. You never know who or what might be beckoning you into the woods. And once you follow, you might never find your way back. Remember my story and keep driving, no matter how tired you are, because some rest stops aren't meant for rest. Some are gateways to places we were never meant to go. And once you cross that threshold, there's no coming back. The first photo showed nothing but trees. The second captured a blur of movement at the edge of the frame. But it was the third image that made my blood run cold. There, emerging from the shadows between two ancient pines, was a figure, humanoid, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, its proportions distorted in a way that defied natural law, and it was looking directly at the camera, at me. I lowered the viewfinder with shaking hands, my eyes darting to the deepening shadows around my campsite. Night was falling, and I was no longer alone in these woods. My name is Maggie Chen, and I've been a nature photographer for the better part of a decade. I've trekked through rainforests, scaled mountains, and waded through swamps to get the perfect shot. But nothing in all my years of experience could have prepared me for what I encountered in the depths of the Olympic National Forest. It was supposed to be a routine assignment, a 2-week solo expedition to capture the raw beauty of the old-growth forest for a conservation magazine. I'd done dozens of trips like this before, and I was looking forward to the solitude, to immersing myself in nature, without the distractions of the modern world. The first few days were idyllic. The forest was a photographer's dream. Tall, towering evergreens, draped in moss, hidden waterfalls, and dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. I set up my base camp in a small clearing near a babbling stream, venturing out each day to explore and photograph. It was on the 4th night that things started to get strange. I was reviewing the day's shots on my camera when I noticed something odd in the background of one image, a shape just barely visible in the shadows between 2 trees. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, or maybe a deer, but something about it nagged at me. The next day, I returned to the same spot, determined to figure out what I'd captured. I set up my camera trap, a motion-activated camera designed to capture wildlife, and left it there for the day while I explored other areas. When I returned that evening and checked the camera, my heart nearly stopped. There were dozens of images taken in rapid succession. The first few showed nothing unusual, just the forest floor and a squirrel or two. But then the figure appeared, tall and impossibly thin, with long, spindly limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. Its skin, where visible, was pale and almost translucent, stretched tight over an inhuman frame, and its face, God, its face, smooth and featureless, save for two large dark eyes that reflected the camera's flash like a cat's. I stared at the images, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be a hoax, a trick played by some other hiker with too much time on their hands and a talent for Photoshop. But as I flipped through the sequence of photos, a chill ran down my spine. The figure was moving closer to the camera with each shot. In the final image, it was reaching towards the lens, long fingers blurred with motion. I packed up my gear with shaking hands and practically ran back to my campsite. That night, I barely slept, staring at every snapping twig and rustle of leaves. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there had to be a logical explanation. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. The next morning, I woke to find my campsite in disarray. My backpack had been emptied, its contents strewn about. My food cache, hung high in a tree to protect it from bears, had been torn down. The rope snapped as if it were thread. And there, pressed into a patch of soft earth near my tent, was a footprint, long and narrow, with toes that looked more like claw. My camera was lying next to it. With trembling fingers, I turned it on and checked the most recent images. My heart nearly stopped. There were new photos, taken while I slept. Photos of my tent, of me sleeping inside, visible through the mesh window. And in each one, that figure was there, getting closer and closer. I should have left then, packed up and hiked out. Assignment be damned. But some combination of curiosity, stubbornness, and plain old stupidity made me stay. I convinced myself that if I could just get clearer photos, just understand what this thing was, it would all make sense. So I stayed. And each night, the creature came closer. I set up more camera traps around my campsite, capturing image after image of the being as it circled my tent. I barely slept, spending my nights huddled in my sleeping bag, clutching my hunting knife and jumping at every sound. During the day, I'd venture out, following trails of broken branches and those strange footprints. I found places where the undergrowth had been crushed, as if something large had bent down. Once, I found a tuft of hair caught on a branch, coarse and gray, like no animal fur I'd ever seen. As the days passed, I began to feel like I was losing my mind. The forest, once beautiful and inviting, now seemed menacing. The trees loomed over me, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even in broad daylight. And still, I stayed. The need to understand, to document what I was seeing, had become an obsession. It all came to a head on what should have been my last night in the forest. I was planning to hike out in the morning, my assignment completed, and my sanity hanging by a thread. I'd set up my cameras for one final night of observation, hoping against hope for that one clear shot that would prove I wasn't crazy. I must have dozed off, despite my fear, because I woke suddenly in the pitch black of my tent. Something had changed. The ever-present sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of insects, had gone silent. and there was something outside my tent. I could hear it moving softly, but unmistakably, circling, sniffing. I lay there, paralyzed with terror, as it completed its circuit. Then, to my horror, I saw the zipper of my tent begin to move slowly, inch by agonizing inch. The opening of my tent widened. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. I could only watch, eyes wide in the darkness, as a long, pale hand with too many joints slipped through the opening. The hand paused, as if sensing my fear, then deliberately reached towards my camera, which lay next to my sleeping bag. In that moment, survival instinct finally overcame my paralysis. I lunged for the camera, snatching it away from that terrible hand. In the same motion, I kicked out at the tent wall, tearing through the fabric and tumbling out into the night. I ran blindly, desperately, clutching the camera to my chest. I crashed through underbrush, stumbled over roots, branches whipping at my face. Behind me, I could hear it pursuing, not running, but moving with a terrible swiftness, flowing through the forest like smoke. I don't know how long I ran or how far. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror drove me on. Finally, mercifully, I saw lights ahead. The ranger station at the trailhead, a beacon of civilization in the wilderness. I burst out of the tree line, gasping and sobbing. The startled ranger on duty took one look at my wild eyes and torn clothing and ushered me inside, locking the door behind us. The rest of that night is a blur. I remember telling my story, the ranger's skeptical looks turning to concern as he saw the raw fear in my eyes. I remember the police arriving, taking my statement, and I remember the moment when they asked to see my camera. With shaking hands, I turned it on and began to scroll through the images. But where there should have been dozens of photos of that otherworldly being, there was nothing, just trees and shadows and normal forest scenes. Even the photos from that final night, the ones I was sure I'd taken of the hand reaching into my tent, were gone. In the harsh fluorescent light of the ranger station, surrounded by the trappings of civilization, my entire experience began to seem like a bad dream. Had I imagined it all? Had 2 weeks of solitude in the deep woods driven me to some kind of breakdown? But then I saw it. In the very last photo on the camera, barely visible in the background, was a figure, tall and thin, half hidden behind a tree. And though the image was blurry, I could swear it was smiling. I've never gone back to those woods. I've never told the full story to anyone but you. My editor got a watered-down version about being spooked by wildlife, and the photos I submitted were carefully curated to show nothing but the natural beauty of the forest. But sometimes, on dark nights, when the wind whispers through the trees outside my window, I find myself thinking about what's out there in the deep woods, about the things that lurk just beyond the reach of our cameras and our understanding. And I wonder, with a chill that goes bone deep, if it's still out there, watching, waiting for the next unsuspecting photographer to venture into its domain. So, if you're ever in the wilderness, setting up your camera for that perfect shot of untouched nature, pay attention to the shadows between the trees. And if you see something moving there, something that doesn't quite fit, don't try to photograph it. Just run. Run, and don't look back. Because some things in this world are not meant to be captured on film. And once they notice you noticing them, they never forget. They never stop watching, and sooner or later, they come for you. The first time I saw her, I thought I was looking in a mirror. Same shoulder-length brown hair, same green eyes, even the same tiny scar above my left eyebrow from a childhood accident. But this was no reflection. It was a living, breathing woman who could have been my twin. Our eyes met across the crowded dining room, and I felt a chill run down my spine as she smiled and waved. I knew, with sickening certainty, that my relaxing Caribbean cruise had just taken a turn into uncharted waters. My name is Sarah Mitchell, and until that moment, I'd been enjoying a much-needed vacation aboard the Majestic Dream, a luxury cruise liner making its way through the turquoise waters of the Caribbean. I'm a 32-year-old software engineer from Seattle, and this was my first real vacation in years. I'd been looking forward to 10 days of sun, relaxation, and maybe a little romance if I was lucky. The first few days had been everything I'd hoped for. I'd lounged by the pool, indulged in far too many fruity cocktails, and even struck up a flirtation with a handsome guy named Mike, who was traveling with a group of friends. It was on the fourth night at the captain's dinner that everything changed. I dressed up for the occasion, wearing a new blue dress I'd bought specifically for the cruise. As I made my way into the grand dining room, I caught sight of myself in one of the large decorative mirrors and paused to adjust my hair. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought it was just my reflection from a different angle, but as I turned to look directly at her, I realized with a jolt that she was a separate person, a person who looked exactly like me, down to the smallest detail. Our eyes met, and for a moment, the bustling dining room seemed to fade away. She smiled and waved as if we were old friends. I felt rooted to the spot, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate prank, or a very vivid hallucination. A waiter bumped into me, breaking the spell. By the time I looked back, she was gone, lost in the sea of passengers, making their way to their tables. Throughout dinner, I couldn't focus on the conversation at my table. My eyes kept scanning the room, looking for my doppelganger. I saw her once, sitting at a table across the room, but when I blinked, she was gone again. Sarah, are you okay? Mike's voice brought me back to the present. You look like you've seen a ghost. I forced a laugh. Sorry, just a bit tired, I guess. Must be all that sun. But as the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. Who was she? And why did she look exactly like me? The next morning, I was determined to find her and get some answers. I spent hours wandering the ship, checking every restaurant, lounge, and deck, but there was no sign of her. It wasn't until late afternoon that I saw her again. I was heading back to my cabin to get ready for dinner when I caught a glimpse of her turning a corner at the end of the hallway. I broke into a run, but when I rounded the corner, the corridor was empty. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, my face, smiling at me across the dining room. Around 2 a.m., I gave up on sleep and decided to take a walk to clear my head. The ship was eerily quiet as I made my way through the deserted corridors. I found myself on one of the upper decks, leaning against the railing and staring out at the moonlit ocean. That's when I heard it. Footsteps behind me, soft but distinct. I turned, half expecting to see my double. Instead, it was Mike, looking surprised to see me. Sarah, what are you doing up so late? I hesitated, then decided to take a chance. Mike, this is going to sound crazy, but have you seen anyone on the ship who looks like me? I mean, exactly like me. He frowned, looking confused. What do you mean? I told him everything. About seeing my doppelganger at dinner. About chasing her through the ship. As I spoke, I could see the concern growing in his eyes. Sarah, he said gently when I finished, I think maybe you should talk to the ship's doctor. Stress can do funny things to a person's mind. And I'm not crazy, I snapped, then immediately felt guilty at the hurt look on his face. I'm sorry. I know what I saw, Mike. She's real. He nodded, but I could tell he didn't believe me. Okay, look. Why don't we do some investigating tomorrow? If there really is someone who looks that much like you on the ship, other people must have noticed too, right? I agreed, grateful for his support. Even if he thought I was losing my mind, we made plans to meet for breakfast, and I headed back to my cabin feeling slightly better. That night, I dreamed of mirrors, endless corridors lined with mirrors, each one showing a slightly different version of myself. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fruitless searching. Mike and I questioned other passengers, checked passenger lists, even bribed a junior crew member to let us look at security camera footage. But there was no sign of my mysterious double. Other passengers were starting to give me strange looks. I'd overhear whispers as I passed, see people pointing and talking in low voices. More than once, someone approached me, insisting they'd just seen me in a completely different part of the ship. Mike stuck by me, but I could tell his patience was wearing thin. Maybe it was just someone who looked a lot like you, he suggested one afternoon, as we sat by the pool. And now you're just seeing what you expect to see. I wanted to believe him, but deep down, I knew what I'd seen. I was becoming more and more convinced that something very strange was happening on this ship. It all came to a head on the 8th night of the cruise. I was walking back to my cabin after a late-night movie when I saw her again. She was standing at the end of the corridor, watching me. This time, I was determined not to let her get away. I ran towards her, calling out, "Wait! Who are you? Why do you look like me?" She turned and fled, and I chased her through the twisting corridors of the ship, upstairs, down hallways, through lounges and restaurants. It was like a maze, and more than once I found myself in parts of the ship I'd never seen before. Finally, I cornered her in a dead-end hallway. She stood with her back to me, shoulders heaving as if she'd been running too. "Please," I gasped, out of breath. "Just tell me who you are." Slowly, she turned to face me, and as she did, I felt the world tilt sideways. Her face was mine, yes, but it was wrong somehow. The proportions were slightly off. The eyes a little too large, the smile a little too wide. As I watched in horror, her features seemed to ripple and shift like a reflection in disturbed water. "Who am I?" she said, and her voice was a distorted version of my own. "I'm you, Sarah. Or rather, I'm who you could be, who you might become." She took a step towards me, and I stumbled backward, my back hitting the wall. What are you?" Her smile widened impossibly. "I'm a possibility, a potential future. This ship, it exists in a place where realities intersect, where different versions of ourselves can meet." My mind reeled, trying to make sense of her words. But why? Why show yourself to me? She laughed, and the sound sent shivers down my spine. "To give you a choice. Of course, you can go back to your life, your safe, predictable existence, or you can embrace the unknown, become something more." As she spoke, I noticed something behind her. The end of the hallway was shifting, shimmering like a heat haze, and beyond it, I caught glimpses of other places, other realities. She held out her hand. "Come with me, Sarah. See what you could become." For a moment, I was tempted. The promise of adventure, of the unknown, pulled at me. But then I thought of my life back home, of my friends and family, of Mike, probably worried sick about where I disappeared to. I shook my head. Number, this is my reality, my life, and I choose it. Her face twisted in anger, becoming less and less human by the second. "You'll regret this," she hissed. And then, before I could react, she lunged at me. I closed my eyes, bracing for impact, but it never came. Instead, felt a rush of wind, a sensation of falling, and then nothing. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my cabin. Sunlight was streaming through the porthole, and the sounds of passengers enjoying the morning filtered in from the hallway. For a moment, I thought it had all been a dream, but then I noticed something on my bedside table, a small silver pendant shaped like a key, something I'd never seen before, but that looked strangely familiar. I picked it up, and as I did, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. For just a second, I could have sworn my reflection smiled at me, with a mouth that was a little too wide. The rest of the cruise passed uneventfully. I never saw my doppelganger again, and eventually, I managed to convince myself that stress and too much sun had played tricks on my mind. Mike and I grew closer, and by the time we docked, we were making plans to see each other back in the real world. But sometimes, late at night, I find myself looking at that silver key, and I wonder about roads not taken, about other versions of myself and other realities. And I can't help but think that somewhere out there, on a ship sailing through the spaces between worlds, another Sarah made a very different choice. The words were whispered with such urgency, such raw fear, that I felt my blood turn to ice. "Whatever you do, don't be here at midnight." The weathered trucker who'd spoken them was already walking away, leaving me frozen in my seat, half-eaten burger growing cold on the plate in front of me. I glanced at my watch, 11:37 p.m. As I looked around the diner, taking in the tense faces and furtive glances of the other patrons, I realized with growing dread that I'd stumbled into something far more sinister than a late-night pit stop. My name's Jack, and until that moment, I'd been on a routine cross-country drive from New York to Los Angeles. I'm a freelance photographer, and I'd taken on a last-minute gig that required me to transport some sensitive equipment that couldn't be trusted to shipping companies. The pay was good, and I figured the road trip would give me a chance to capture some interesting shots along the way. I'd been driving for nearly 18 hours straight, fueled by gas station coffee and the kind of determination that only comes from a looming deadline. When I saw the neon sign for Mel's Diner glowing like a beacon in the dark Nevada desert, I decided to pull over. My stomach was growling, and I figured a hot meal and a real cup of coffee would do me good. The diner looked like something straight out of a 1950s postcard. All chrome and red vinyl booths, with a jukebox in the corner, playing old rock and roll tunes. But as soon as I walked in, I sensed something was off. The place was surprisingly busy for the middle of the night, but the atmosphere was tense, almost electric. I slid into an empty booth and ordered a cheeseburger and coffee from a waitress whose smile seemed a little too forced. As I waited for my food, I couldn't help but notice how everyone in the diner seemed on edge. Conversations were hushed, and people kept glancing at the large clock above the counter. When my food arrived, I tried to strike up a conversation with the waitress. "Busy night, huh?" She nodded, her eyes darting to the clock. "Yeah, it usually is around this time." "Oh, you get a lot of late-night traffic?" She hesitated, then leaned in closer. "Look, honey, you seem nice, so let me give you some advice. Eat quick and get back on the road. You don't want to be here too long." Before I could ask what she meant, she was gone, hurrying off to another table. I sat there, burger halfway to my mouth, thoroughly confused. That's when the trucker at the counter turned to me and whispered those chilling words, "Whatever you do, don't be here at midnight." As he walked away, I noticed other patrons starting to leave. They moved with an urgency that seemed at odds with the late hour, practically running to their vehicles. I flagged down my waitress again. What's going on? Why is everyone leaving?" She glanced nervously at the clock, 11:45 p.m. now, and sighed. "I shouldn't tell you this, but things happen here at midnight. Bad things. Nobody knows why, but it's been going on for years. Some say this place sits on some kind of convergence, a weak spot between worlds. All I know is, Gar, and you don't want to be here when the clock strikes 12. I laughed, though it sounded hollow, even to my own ears. "Come on, you can't be serious. What is this place, haunted or something?" Her expression remained deadly serious. "Worse. Now please, for your own sake, finish up and go." I wanted to believe it was all an elaborate joke, some weird local custom to scare tourists, but the fear in her eyes, the palpable tension in the air, it felt too real to dismiss. I gulped down my coffee and threw some bills on the table, deciding that whatever was going on, I didn't want to stick around to find out. But as I stood up to leave, I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. The door to the diner was gone. Where the entrance had been was now just a solid wall, covered in the same tacky wallpaper as the rest of the place. I blinked hard, convinced I must be more tired than I thought. But when I opened my eyes, the wall was still there. "It's starting," someone whispered. I turned to see the other remaining patrons, about a dozen in total, huddled together in the center of the diner. The waitress was among them, her earlier composure crumbling as she clutched a coffee pot like a weapon. "What's starting? What the hell is going on here?" I demanded, panic rising in my throat. An old man with a face like weathered leather spoke up. "It's midnight, son. Or it will be in about." He checked his wristwatch. 2 minutes. That's when they come. "Who comes? What are you talking about?" But before anyone could answer, the lights began to flicker. The jukebox, which had been quietly playing Great Balls of Fire, suddenly switched to a slow, discordant melody I didn't recognize. The temperature in the diner seemed to drop several degrees in a matter of seconds. "Circle up," the old man shouted. "Remember, don't look directly at them, and whatever you do, don't let them touch you." The group formed a tight circle, facing outward. Without thinking, I joined them, my back pressing against strangers as we huddled together. The waitress pressed something into my hand. "Salt shaker. Salt and iron," she muttered. "Only things that slow them down." I wanted to laugh, to tell them all this was insane, but the words died in my throat as I saw something moving outside the windows, shapes darker than the night itself, flowing like smoke, but with a terrible purpose to their movement. They pressed against the glass, which began to frost over, despite the desert heat. And then, as the clock struck midnight, the real horror began. The shapes outside seemed to coalesce, forming vaguely humanoid figures that were somehow more terrifying for their almost recognizable form. They oozed through the cracks around the windows, seeping into the diner like a noxious gas. Someone in our group whimpered. I felt a hand grasp mine and squeeze tight. The old man's voice rose in a chant, words in a language I didn't understand. Others joined in, their voices shaking but growing stronger as they repeated the phrases. The shadow figures circled us, their movements jerky and unnatural. I caught glimpses of limbs that were too long, of faces that shifted and changed like smoke. The air grew thick with the smell of ozone and something rotten. One of the creatures reached out towards our group. Without thinking, I flung the contents of my salt shaker at it. The thing recoiled with a hiss that sounded like radio static, its form dissipating for a moment before reforming. Time seemed to stretch and distort. I couldn't tell if we'd been surrounded for minutes or hours. My arm ached from holding out the salt shaker at the ready. My throat was raw from chanting words I didn't understand. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, when the press of bodies and the suffocating presence of the shadow creatures became too much, something changed. The old man's chanting reached a fever pitch, and suddenly the air itself seemed to ripple. The shadow figures began to retreat, their forms becoming less distinct. They flowed back out through the windows, which shattered outward in a spray of glass. A wind whipped through the diner, carrying with it the last wisps of the creatures and the lingering smell of decay. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. We stood there in stunned silence for a long moment, the only sound our ragged breathing and the crunch of broken glass underfoot. Slowly, our circle broke apart. I saw tears on some faces, blank shock on others. The waitress was the first to speak. Everyone okay? Anyone touched? There was a general murmur of assent. No one, it seemed, had been injured physically, at least not by the creatures. As if a spell had been broken, the diner burst into activity. People began sweeping up glass, righting overturned chairs, trying to restore some semblance of normalcy. I stood there, the salt shaker still clutched in my hand, trying to process what I had just experienced. The old man approached me, his eyes kind but weary. First time, huh? You did good, son. I found my voice at last. What were those things? Why here? Why at midnight? He shook his head. Wish I could tell you. Been coming here every night for 30 years trying to figure it out. All I know is they're getting stronger. And if we weren't here to hold them back. He trailed off, his implication clear, as the sun began to rise, painting the desert in shades of pink and gold. The door to the diner reappeared. People began to leave, nodding to each other with the camaraderie of soldiers who'd been through battle together. I made my way to my car on shaky legs, my mind still reeling. As I was about to drive away, the waitress ran out, pressing a piece of paper into my hand. If you're ever passing through again, she said, and you want to help, this is where we'll be. I looked down at the paper. It was a schedule, listing dates and times, a roster of guardians keeping watch against the darkness. As I pulled back onto the highway, the events of the night began to feel like a dream. But the salt shaker on my passenger seat and the paper clutched in my hand were undeniable proof of what I'd experienced. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that diner. Part of me hopes I never see it again. But another part, a part I'm still coming to terms with, knows that I will. Because now that I've seen what's out there, now that I know what lurks in the spaces between moments, how can you not stand against it? So, if you're ever driving through the Nevada desert late at night and you see a diner glowing like a beacon in the darkness, think carefully before you stop. And if you do, keep an eye on the clock, because when midnight comes, you might find yourself facing horrors beyond imagination, or standing shoulder to shoulder with strangers, the last line of defense against the encroaching dark. And whatever you do, don't be there at midnight, unless, of course, you choose to be. My great-grandparents lived to be so old that I not only remembered them, but was also close to them as a child. We used to celebrate Thanksgiving with all their descendants in the area. Our family gatherings were so large that the Boy Scout building was rented out. There were a lot of people. I was young, but remember those times fondly. We also celebrated their 75th wedding anniversary at the Boy Scout building. My great-great-grandparents had old-fashioned names from the southern U.S., so, as is common, they had nicknames. He was called Supera, and she was called Mumsy. Grandpa Supera had been a moonshiner for his whole life, but made a bundle during Prohibition. My great-grandma was also involved in that. They lived in Greenbrier County, West Virginia, and eventually caught the attention of the law. So, everyone packed up and moved to this tiny place in western Oregon, not too far from the coast. A perfect place to start over. Many years later, Mumsy and Supera were now in a nursing home. They had to be put in separate rooms because Supera would sneak out and go to the bar or buy whiskey, and Mumsy didn't like that. So, they would bicker. Mumsy died first. My parents thought I was too young to go to the funeral. They later realized they should have let me go. That was the first person I had known who had died. I was very sad as I realized I couldn't visit her anymore. My mom told me Grandpa Supera asked where I was and told her he wanted me there, as we were quite close. A few months later, a nurse and a CNA went into Sue's room to check on him. They had to check a lot, as he went on a binge after Mumsy died. The nurse entered the room, while the CNA stayed at the door. Super was sitting on the edge of his bed, looking at the rocking chair in his room, and carrying on a conversation. The nurse asked Super who he was talking to, pointing to the empty rocking chair. He answered, "Mumsy, of course. She's sitting right there," pointing at the empty chair. Then Super added, "Isn't she beautiful?" I fell for her the moment I laid eyes on her. Here we are, 12 children, too many grandchildren to count, and married 76 years. And she's the only woman who ever turned my head. The nurse thought that was sweet, but was starting to get spooked. They bickered all the time when he was here, and now he was gushing about his dead wife. The nurse said, "Super, you remember Mumsy died 4 months ago?" Sue looked at her and replied, "I know that. I went to her funeral, but she's here now." Sue laid back towards the rocking chair, nodded his head as if to say yes, and smiled. Super then looked at the nurse and said, "Mumsy says it's time to go." Super then tipped over, dead. The nurse, looking at Super, ran over to check to see if he had any signs of life. He didn't, and he had let it be known he was not to be saved from passing. The CNA stayed at the door, with her jaw hitting the floor. At the same time Super died, the rocking chair rocked, as if someone was getting out of it and standing up. This is what was related to my great-great-grandmother at the time. Years later, my great-grandmother was in the same nursing home. The CNA still worked there, and she told me the story. She thought it was just a very elderly man reflecting on his life, imagining his departed wife was there, until the chair rocked. Then she realized it was all real. She has seen many things since. At the time, she was new, and it was her first experience, but now she knows better. I'll start this by saying, I'm not into supernatural experiences, and never gave them much thought until my own. This story is 100% true, and I would swear on any religion or dead relative that what I say is the honest truth. I grew up in a very old home, for my area's standards anyway. It was built in 1929, coming up on its 100th birthday, by a well-known Spanish revival architect. The area back then was pretty much all agricultural. This particular home was built to house the family that owned the citrus orchards in a 10-block radius. Since it was an orchard home, it had some quirks, like a built-in trash furnace chute, goodbye bad report cards, a full basement which they used for cold produce storage, and some truly stellar hiding spots. We moved there when I was 6 years old. To understand the story, I'll give a description of the layout where my story takes place. The home was what some might call a grand hall entrance, complete with a grand staircase. It wraps around the 3 walls. The top of the main stairway is shaped like a giant square, and you get to the top landing. From there, you follow the giant square walkway around the rooms, consisting of my sister's and my hallways, which have my bedroom, my sister's bedroom, and our shared bathroom. At the end of my walkway was our parents' master suite. Pretty much, you have to walk past our hallway to reach my parents' bedroom. My sister's and my hallway can be closed off from the main stairwell walkway by shutting the door with the lock. Note, if you don't lock the door, it won't stay shut, as it always swings slightly ajar. Like I said, it's an old home, and old homes have their quirks. The lock was on the inside, so only someone in my hallway could unlock it. In other words, no lock access from the main stairway. When I stayed at home alone, I always locked the hallway door. I was never scared in my home, but it felt better to have that extra layer of protection. Anyway, to the point, I was nearing graduation from high school, and I was at home alone. My sister had gone to college years before, and my parents were on a weekend vacation to the mountains, which were only an hour-and-a-half drive from our location. It wasn't unusual for them to leave for the weekend, since I was already 18 and responsible. I never drank to get drunk, never tried drugs. Sometimes I'd have my best friend come over, and we would watch movies, or I'd have the soccer team come over to swim. Nothing was very crazy, and my friends were always polite and never left a mess. So my parents didn't mind if I had people over when they were out of town. On this particular evening, I was alone because I had a soccer tournament the next morning. Now, my bedroom door was on the far left side, on the same wall as my headboard. From where my head was on the pillow and laying on the left side of my body, my sightline was directly at the space where people would walk into my room. That evening, I was sleeping. Nothing crazy in that. I usually wake up a few times every night to adjust. But that evening, I rolled over, and with sleepy eyes, I saw a figure in the doorway in my sleep pace. I recognized the detail of this person. He was wearing overalls that had stains on the knees, and a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. His hair was mid-length, dark, with loose curls in them. Now, here's the kicker. He waved, not like a normal wave, but what I call a tinkle wave, the kind where your fingers go down slightly, one after the other, and you repeat the pattern. I closed my eyes, thinking it had to be some weird sleep thing where the dream and reality would meet. I opened my eyes, and he was gone. The truly bizarre thing was, I wasn't frightened in any capacity. If anything, there was a sense of calm. I chalked it up to a weird dream, and that was that. The next morning, I woke up, got ready for soccer, unlocked the hallway door, went downstairs, and went to my soccer game. Business as usual. I never mentioned it to anyone, because who would care? It was a weird dream. No one had been there since the door had been locked. Fast forward to 6 years. After the weird dream, my sister was getting married, and one of her bridesmaids, Allie, was from out of state. My family had known Allie for years, so rather than her paying for a hotel, she stayed with us since I was on break from college for the wedding. I was staying with my parents as well. My sister's room was a wreck with wedding chaos, so I cleaned up my old room for Allie to stay in while I stayed in my sister's old room. The morning of the wedding, I drove Allie, Sarah, another local bridesmaid, and myself down to the venue to get ready. It was about an hour's drive from my parents' home, and we talked about our old high school, current life, and stuff. We were about halfway to the venue when Allie mentioned not getting a great night's sleep. Being a good hostess, I asked what was wrong and if there was anything she needed, since she would be staying in my room for a few more nights before leaving. And I'll never forget this part. She said, "No, it was fine, but the guy in your room wouldn't go away. He just kept waving." Y'all, I almost swerved into the freeway K-rail barrier. I asked her to explain what she meant. Allie told me she woke up at around 3 a.m. because her phone dinged with an alert. She looked at the doorway and saw a man standing there. He looked at her for a minute, then waved. The tinkle wave. She mimicked the wave to me exactly. By that point, I must have been as pale as a sheet. She then went on to describe his appearance. She described him with the exact same details. She added that he had a bandana on the lower side pocket of his overalls. After this, she and Sarah could obviously see I was pretty rattled. I told them what I had seen years before, in the same place, with the same details. As I said before, I had never mentioned this story to anyone. Why would I? It was a dream. Allie then told me she's sensitive to spirits, that she's had many encounters and can feel their energy. As I've stated before, I had never believed in any of this stuff prior. She then told me not to worry, because he was a benign spirit and just wanted to make his presence known. This matched my own interaction because I never once felt threatened, which normally wouldn't be the case with a strange man in the bedroom while I was home alone. I remember seeing him and thinking I should feel frightened, but I never was. After the wedding festivities, and after Allie had left, I asked my mom if she had ever seen anything one might consider supernatural in the house in the years since we had lived there. She's a well-educated ER doctor with a no-nonsense attitude. She told me she'd come home from the hospital a few times, always the 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. shift, when she generally wouldn't get home till after 3 a.m. After finishing up charts, she said she had seen a shadow man move between my sisters and my hallway door. I asked if she'd ever felt frightened after seeing it, and she said no, that she always felt nonplussed. I told her about my dream and what Allie had also seen. Honestly, she didn't react much. besides telling me to stay on good terms with it. Since that final experience, I saw him twice. Both of these sightings were in my sister's bedroom, one at the right foot of her bed and the other on the left side. The last time, he didn't wave, though. After my mom's revelations, I checked my phone after seeing him, and both sightings were between 3 and 4 a.m. I don't know what it is, who it is, or why, but it happened too many times for me to believe it isn't real. I named him Philippe, and when random stuff happened in the house that I couldn't explain, like my hat falling from the top of my lamp with no window open, or anything, I would just say, "Hey, Philippe," as to not piss him off. What scares me the most to this day is how quickly my mind shifted from "these are make-believe stories" to "spirits exist in my home, and he wants to be known." What else is out there that we can't see or explain? 2 weekends ago, I had my niece of 6, Bailey, overstaying with my husband and me at our home. She had left her favorite pink sparkle jelly shoes at Grandma's house, aka the house in the story I just read. When she had spent the night there, since I didn't live very far, I told her I'd take her over there to pick them up. My mom was working the 4 p.m. shift and wouldn't be home until 2 or 3 a.m., so I decided to do some minor chores, like putting the washed laundry in the dryer, cleaning up the cat litter, etc. While I was doing this, Bailey ran upstairs into my old bedroom, which she loved to play in. I left some old chunky jewelry, old prom dresses, and random stuff in there, which she loved to play with, and I certainly didn't mind. When I was finished doing the little things around the house, I called her to come down so we could get going. She never mentioned anything strange or unusual to me, and we left. The day after I had dropped Bailey off, my sister called me to ask who we had been with at Grandma's. I told her it was just me and Bailey. Apparently, my niece said that she ran upstairs and there was a man looking at pictures in the hallway. She said, "Hi," but he didn't move. She walked past and into my room, and when she had come out later to get him to leave, he was no longer there. If a man had been there and walked down the stairs, he would have run into me at some point, and if he had stayed upstairs, he would have run into me, since I had to go upstairs to clean the litter box. Our state? I saw absolutely nothing. My niece is now 6 and getting into the imaginary friend territory age, so I'm taking this with a grain of salt. However, she never told any one of us, my mom, me, or my sister, about any imaginary friends before. I really don't know who or what she saw, if anything at all, but it's worth noting that the hallway she says she saw him on is the same one where my mom says she saw her shadow man. In 2001, my youngest son was hit by a car. He was only 4 years old. It was very bad. He stopped breathing, his heart stopped, and he was revived 3 times. The neurologist told my wife and I that the injuries were severe, and most likely he would not survive the night. We were beyond devastated. He was in a coma naturally, and they also added meds to make sure he stayed that way, to keep his brain pressure down. He survived the night. About a week later, he woke up after they took out the breathing tubes. He could talk. He kept asking, "Where's Veronica?" I asked the nurses if one of them or one of their co-workers was named Veronica. They said no one worked there with that name. I asked him what she looked like. He said she was an old woman who talked funny. I asked if she was dressed like the nurses, and he replied, no, that she always wore the same clothes, a blue dress with yellow flowers. I asked what she said to him, and he told me she said she loved him and that everything would be okay. A few hours later, my in-laws showed up. I told my father-in-law about what my son was saying, and he turned white. He said he knew who it was. It was his mother, Veronica. She was from Slovakia and had a heavy accent, and she was buried in a blue dress with yellow flowers. Our son is named Joseph Michael. We found out after he was born from my father-in-law's older sister that they had an older brother named Joseph Michael who died in Slovakia around the age of 4. My father-in-law was the only one born in the US. If I would not have experienced it, I wouldn't believe it. But my son's great-grandmother reached out from across the grave to comfort her son's namesake. I also believe she helped to make sure we would not relive the tragedy she went through. Pure love is the most powerful force in the universe. It can break space and time boundaries. Joseph is doing fine. He has issues from the brain injury, but he is an intelligent 21-year-old now. He still lives with us, ever since he came home from the hospital all those years ago. We've had many experiences with things paranormal happening to us. I wonder if, since he died and was revived, he is closer to that side and attracts the paranormal. But these events are stories for another time. This is more of my dad's story than mine, but I think this needs to be shared. In August of 2006, my family was stationed in Fort Riley in Kansas. We moved into this gorgeous duplex at the end of a horseshoe-shaped neighborhood. The house was built in the early 1900s and had an unfinished basement with those pole lights that only light up the small area around you. In the basement, there were also the smallest footprints in the cement that looked as if they belonged to a child. The house had a grand staircase that only went from the ground floor to the second floor, and a back staircase which went to all 4 floors. Originally intended for servants, the ground floor held the main living area, and my brother and I were on the second. I snagged the master, which had its own doorbell. As for a 6-year-old, this was awesome. My parents stayed on the top floor, which had an unfinished attic room that held pieces of original furniture. The babysitter once joked that vampires lived in there. About a month after we moved in, a woman knocked on the door and introduced herself as part of the Historical Society. She asked for my family's permission for this home to be featured in the annual Halloween Ghost Tour. Informing us this is a usual stop, she let us know that the home was host to a spirit called the Buckskin Ghost, as he appears as a man in buckskin clothing. We informed her we were new and hadn't had any paranormal experiences. She asked how long we'd been there. My dad said about a month, to which she replied, "Oh, usually he shows himself by now." My dad politely declined to be on the tour. I think my parents either didn't believe or were scared. We were still unpacking things at this point, mostly boxes that were in the garage, which was attached to the back stairwell near the basement. That's when Dad noticed the light in the garage was out and went to change it. Completely normal thing. As my dad is reaching up to change the light, it comes back on. He makes sure it's screwed in all the way, climbs down the ladder, and puts it away. When he returns to the garage, the light is out. Confused, my dad fetched the ladder again. He returned, and the light's back on. Frustrated, he moves the ladder out of the way, and the light goes off. So, he sets up the ladder, climbs up, and as he's reaching to change the light, it comes back on. My dad is now beyond frustrated and yells, "Stop messing with me." The light comes back on, and doesn't go out the entire time we live there. This was our introduction to the next 10 months. Other things happened in the home, like the radio turning on to the static section extremely loudly, and there were rooms in the basement our dog simply would not go in. Anytime things would happen, we would refer to Bucky acting up. While we lived there, we learned more about the house's haunted history. We even purchased a book of ghost stories, which included our home. The book also featured a story of a little girl who defended a ghost, and they would play with dolls when that family moved out. The girl left her doll at the house for her friend. Remember the original furniture that was in the attic when we first moved in? We looked in all the drawers, and in one of them was that doll. One I didn't learn anything about until months later. I don't know what happened to the doll, but I only saw it the once. For the most part, nothing too terrifying happened in the house. That was until my dad stayed there by himself. He was a night pilot, meaning he usually slept during the day. One day, he was woken up by the sound of heavy footsteps coming up the stairs at the base level. My dad got up, opened the door, and asked if anyone was there. Immediately, the noise stopped. My dad went to check the windows overlooking the street to see if a service van was at the house. For those who haven't lived on a military base, they occasionally send people to the home to do things like change air filters. My dad didn't see anything and went back to bed, but he was again woken up to the sound of heavy footsteps on what he perceived to be the second floor. My dad shot out of bed and went to the door, and as soon as the door was opened, the noises stopped. He yelled again, "Is someone there?" No response. So he went and laid back down. My dad then heard items of furniture moving in the room opposite the wall in front of the bed, the one with the original furniture items. He jumped out of bed and left the house without a second thought. It wasn't until he was at work later that he realized he would be going back to the house alone and questioned what was in the house with him. I was 6 when all of this went down, and for years we have talked about these experiences and others that happened there to friends and family. We've continued to check for more stories online about this house. Others have also experienced a friendly but mischievous ghost, affectionately called Bucky. I've had other strange experiences throughout my life, and I believe this house is what opened them up to me. I'm now dating a man who was a skeptic, and while visiting my home in Florida, my dad shared this story with him. The light in the kitchen was flickering throughout his retelling. Jokingly, my boyfriend yells, "Stop messing with me." When it flickered off, the light immediately turned on and continued to stay on while we visited. Don't believe me? Look up the ghost of 85 B. Schofield Circle, Fort Riley, Kansas. There are plenty of stories from the base that deserve to be heard, including this one. I encourage those who have made it this far to do some additional research on this haunted military base. And if you live in this house, please let Bucky's story be told on the ghost tour. Last night, I stayed over at my boyfriend's house. His bedroom is in the basement, tucked into one of the corners. It's always a bit dark and quiet down there, which usually makes it easy to fall asleep. Around 4 a.m., I woke up for no apparent reason. I was lying on my side, facing my boyfriend as he slept. I stayed like that for about 30 to 40 seconds, just staring at him and trying to figure out why I was awake. But then, this weird feeling crept over me, a deep, uneasy sense that I should turn around. I hesitated for a moment, but the feeling wouldn't go away, so I started to roll over, As I turned onto my other side, I glanced toward the door. That's when I saw someone standing there. At first, I thought it was his mom. It was a figure with the right kind of height and build, just standing still near the doorway. But my brain immediately snagged on the question, why would his mom be in his room at this hour? I only had a split second to process this thought before the figure started moving, coming towards me. That's when it hit me. This isn't his mom. I couldn't make out the face or any distinct features, but something about this felt deeply wrong. I gasped loudly, and a sharp, involuntary sound of pure terror left my body. My boyfriend woke up immediately, startled by my gasp. At the same time, whatever I saw bolted into the corner of the room and vanished. 1 second, it was there, moving, and the next, it was just gone. I didn't say anything to him about it. I couldn't find the words, and honestly, I didn't want to sound crazy, but I was wide awake, my heart pounding. I know it wasn't a dream. I was completely aware of everything. Now that I think about it, I can't shake how unsettling the whole thing was. Who or what was that? Why did I feel so compelled to turn around in the first place? I'm still spooked, and I can't stop replaying it in my head. I lived in an apartment building in the 7th, with plain white walls that seemed to stretch on forever. It wasn't fancy, but it had plenty of space for me and my pets. 2 cats, one called Conita, and the other called Chigon, and my 3 dogs. The apartment didn't have a balcony, but the living room was large enough for the animals to roam freely. It was a quiet place, with no flickering lights or odd noises, just the peaceful hum of the old building around us. Everything felt routine, until one unsettling afternoon. That day, after lunch, the sun streamed softly through the windows, casting a warm glow across the plain white walls. Gita and Chibon had nestled into their usual nap spots on my bed, basking in the stillness. I was in the living room, sipping coffee and reading, when an eerie growl shattered the calm. It was Conita. I recognized her low, guttural growl immediately, which was strange because she was usually so gentle. I rushed to the bedroom and found both cats wide awake, their fur bristling, eyes wide with fear. Gita was standing rigid, hissing at something in the corner of the room, while Chibon, the bolder of the two, stood beside her, growling fiercely as well. Then I followed their gaze. There was nothing there, just the bare white walls and the shadow of the chair in the corner. But the cats were terrified. They hissed and growled at whatever they believed was in that corner, refusing to back down. It was as if they could see something I could not, something invisible, but undeniably present to them. I called their names, trying to calm them, but they remained frozen in fear until all at once they bolted. Both cats dashed out of the room, racing down the hallway into the living room, where they hid behind the couch. No matter how much I coaxed or reassured them, they refused to go back into the bedroom. That day, I spent the rest of the afternoon thinking about what could have triggered them. Cats could be sensitive to things like changes in air pressure or distant voices, but their reaction was too intense, too real. I checked the room thoroughly. There were no drafts, no hidden critters in the walls, no reason for them to have acted the way they did, and yet they wouldn't set foot back in the room. For the next few days, Gita and Chibigon avoided the bedroom entirely. They would slink past the doorway with wide, wary eyes and preferred to stay in the living room or hallway. It was as if the bedroom held something they wanted no part of. I started to get used to the idea that maybe they had sensed something I couldn't explain. But then, just as suddenly as it had started, their fear seemed to fade. Slowly, they began venturing back into the bedroom, cautious at first, then more comfortably, until life seemed to return to normal. I nearly forgot about the strange incident, until a few weeks later, when I was cleaning the bedroom. I noticed something odd on the wall, near the corner where the cats had fixated that day. It was a small, sticky patch of something. It looked almost like glue or residue, though I had no idea how it got there. I touched it, and it felt strange, slightly cold and tacky, but nothing too alarming. I cleaned it off without much thought, figuring it was just some random buildup. But then, a few days later, it reappeared. The sticky substance was back in the exact same spot. I wiped it off again, puzzled, but it returned once more. By then, I couldn't ignore it. I had seen a movie once where a similar substance appeared. Ectoplasm, they called it. Something left behind by ghosts or spirits. But I didn't believe in the paranormal. Yet the idea lingered. Could this be connected to what the cats had seen? Or thought they had seen? That day, they had acted as if they were staring straight at something in the very corner, and the sticky substance kept reappearing, as if trying to make itself known. I found myself wondering if someone could have died in that room. The apartment was old, and who knew what had happened before I moved in? I never found any answers. The substance eventually stopped showing up, and the cats returned to their usual carefree routines. Still, I couldn't shake the memory of that day, and the cats' reaction, their absolute terror in the face of something I couldn't see. I don't believe in ghosts, or at least, I didn't. But I can't help but wonder, was there something more that I didn't perceive that day? My house has, for as long as I can remember, had major levels of paranormal activity. It's an old farmhouse that's been passed down through about 4 generations of my family, and there have been plenty of deaths on the property. It was built around 1880, and while it's not got a particularly bloody past, it's got its stories. My grandma died in what would later become my nursery. My great-grandfather fell out of the loft back in the 1920s, and they found an old unmarked grave left from the Civil War. That got left behind in the 70s. Activity is common here. Things fly around, cabinets and doors open and shut. Things get moved, and footsteps can be heard in the hall when no one else is home. You'd see figures in the doorway, and we'd hear a voice in the old grain silos sometimes, which is impossible, because if someone was in there, they'd suffocate. None of it feels or acts malicious, so we're used to it, and just sort of take it on the chin. So used to it, in fact, that I completely ignored someone trying to break into my back door last night because I just thought this was the normal paranormal activity. I was in my brother's room, fiddling with his PC for some stuff, and I heard weird knocking sounds from outside the house. Knocking is normal, though. It's usually inside, but I went ahead and ignored it. This went on for about 3 to 4 minutes before my dog started growling so loudly I could hear him from across the house. He doesn't growl at anything besides the basement door, so I thought it was weird and went to go calm him down. In the living room, I heard the back door in the kitchen shaking, and I yelled, "Stop it, you're going to break the handle," because that's the sort of thing we say when something is getting particularly rough. Maybe 30 seconds later, I heard the door swing open, and without really thinking about it, yelled, "Pretty sure I told you to knock it off?" I didn't realize anything was off until a voice I didn't recognize said, crap, super loudly, and the door slammed shut. Of course, I immediately ran to see what it was, just in time to see a silver truck peeling out of my driveway. So yeah, essentially just a warning not to get too comfortable with your haunted housemates, because it might turn out it's not them who's making the noise. Paranormal experiences have always been a part of my family's life, from seeing figures in windows to cups flying off counters. Strange occurrences seem to follow us no matter where we go. These experiences happened in our first house when I was younger. I refused to sleep in my room. My family said the upstairs of that house always felt uncomfortable, especially in one of the rooms that wasn't part of the original home. We always felt like we were being watched. We even captured a photo of a face in one of the windows. Eventually, we moved out of that house. But the strange activity didn't stop. Windows were broken, cups still flew off the counters, and doors slammed shut. These things usually happened when someone was alone or half awake. My mom even said she was slapped while she was sleeping. In the next house, the activity continued. We saw orbs on the security cameras, and I started experiencing more of it personally. One day, one of my Bibles fell from a shelf and onto the floor. Another time, I saw a dark shadow move across our shower window, which left me feeling uneasy. My sister told me that a cross on my desk was thrown across the room and landed face down. Lights started acting strangely, doors would shake, and family members were being scratched or slapped. One memorable experience happened when I was around 4 years old. I was in the same room as my mom when we heard 3 loud bangs outside. We checked, but there was nothing there, and our motion-activated lights hadn't gone off. In that same house, while it was still under construction, my parents heard the sound of furniture being dragged across the floor, even though nothing had been moved. Another strange event occurred when my sister was a baby. My parents couldn't see her on the baby monitor, but when they went to check, she was still in her crib. In our current house, things have escalated. We've experienced doors shaking, shadows outside, and hearing the back door open when no one is there. I've been scratched a few times, which is unsettling. One of the more striking incidents happened when I left my room to make some food. I have a Bible on a shelf that has never moved before, and when I returned, the Bible was on the floor, all the way across the room, lying open but not on any specific verse. On another occasion, my sister said a cross in my room was thrown across the room and landed face down. There's also a persistent feeling of unease when standing in the dark. My mom has seen door handles shake, and we've heard knocking on windows. Although some of the light issues might be electrical, we're not entirely sure. In the last month, a guest staying at our house to watch our dog said they felt someone nudge their shoulder while they were sleeping. No one else was home, and the dog was in another room. I thought things had started to settle down after I was blessed by a priest about a year ago, but recently, activity has started up again. One night, while lying in bed, I felt a burning sensation on my neck. When I looked in the mirror, I noticed red marks. By the next day, the marks had formed like 4 scratches, with 2 of them merging into one. We've also heard names being called and felt like we're being watched. Someone in my family even woke up to see a face looking at them through a door window. These experiences span from 2014 to 2024. Sometimes months will go by without anything happening, but then activity will suddenly intensify. My mom had a really bad ear infection and needed to take her medicine on time to help ease the pain as quickly as possible. She set an alarm for somewhere between midnight and 3 a.m. to make sure she didn't miss a dose. That night, we were in the front room watching movies together, trying to pass the time until her alarm went off. At some point, we both dozed off. It was peaceful until it wasn't. Before the alarm could even go off, we were jolted awake by loud, violent bangs. The sound was deafening, and it wasn't just one or two bangs. It was a chaotic, repetitive clamor that echoed throughout the house. We shot up from the couch, absolutely scared, witless. For a moment, we thought someone had broken into the house. The place was dark, and we were sure whoever it was didn't realize we were home. The noise was coming from the kitchen. It sounded like someone was tearing the place apart. My heart was pounding as we cautiously made our way to check it out. When we stepped into the kitchen, we froze. Every single cupboard, drawer, and door was open. The fridge, the stove, the washer, and dryer, even the basement and bathroom doors. Some of the cupboard doors were still swaying slightly, as if they'd been violently slammed shut and then flung open again. The room felt wrong, like the air was charged with something we couldn't see. We quickly checked on everyone else in the house. My dad and my 3 brothers were all fast asleep, completely undisturbed. We checked the doors and windows, and everything was locked up tight. There was no sign of forced entry, no sign that anyone else had been awake. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened. All I know is that it wasn't a dream, and it wasn't something we imagined. Something, or someone, made its presence known that night, and we haven't forgotten it. My friend has been experiencing some activity in her home for a few years now. It started out small, little things here and there, things that would make you think that maybe you did it, or you thought you closed the drawer, turned the light off, little things. But recently, it's been a bit more active. I told her a while back to ignore it, not to entertain it. It seems to be more active in her bedroom closet. It just knocks on the door. She filmed it a few times, but left abruptly afterward. It turns on lights, fans, and the printer, but it hasn't really done anything in front of her daughter. Until recently, it started knocking on the door one day while she was sitting in the room with her daughter. Obviously, the daughter was curious, but my friend said, "It's nothing," and ignored it, proceeding to take her downstairs. Then yesterday, her daughter was yelling for her and asked where she was. My friend said downstairs. Her daughter was upstairs and could hear someone walking around up there. Then, last night, while they were sleeping, her daughter came running into her room and said there was something happening in her room. My friend just said to sleep in bed with her and that they would look in the morning. So when they got up and looked, her mirror that was on the door was smashed, and also a glass decoration she had in there. I'm not an expert by any means, but I feel like my friend ignoring it is pissing it off, and it's moved on to the daughter, who is definitely reacting to it. Is there anything she can do to help the situation that won't piss it off? I also know this sounds really stupid, but my friend has lupus, and ever since this thing has shown up, her health has gotten bad. It's literally one thing after the other. Could this be at all related? Anyway, in August of 2021, my friend and I were flying out to Seattle, Washington for a vacation. So I spent the night at her house since we were leaving early in the morning. We were sitting in her family room. The night before we left, just talking, I could see her living room from my side view. As we were talking, I saw a dark figure walk from what I could guess was her stairs into her front living room. I thought I was just seeing things. She had asked me if I was okay, and I said, yeah, thinking I was just seeing things. Until about 10 minutes later, when it happened again, but I was heading back to the stairway area. I didn't tell her about it until we were on our way to the airport the next morning. While we were in Washington, we spoke to her daughter, who was around 9 at the time, and my friend asked how she was doing. Her daughter said she was okay but kept seeing the really tall man with the long fingers. We looked at each other and told her maybe she was just dreaming. She was like, maybe. But we knew it wasn't a dream, because that was exactly what I had just seen the night before. I work in a very old building that, a few hundred years ago, used to be a hospital. It's well known for being haunted, and even has a room in the basement where corpses were stored during the winter until they could be buried. One day, I was there alone, and I heard a female voice humming a melody, loud and clear, from the basement. There is no remote possibility whatsoever that anyone else was in there, because the building was locked with the alarm on when I got there, and no one came in after. When it stopped, I called my friend, who didn't believe me, and she came to hear it. After half an hour or so, it started again. We both were terrified and ran out. I never went in there alone, unless it was midday, and other people were there too. This was years ago, but I can still hear the voice and melody, and it scares me. Sometimes, I wonder about who or what it was. Was it a female ghost? Or something pretending to be a female, humming calmly to draw us down into the basement? If so, it had the opposite effect, as we ran for our lives the other way. Has anyone experienced anything similar? A couple of weeks before the humming, I was working at my computer and saw a tall shadow coming in from the door, opening to the left. I turned my head very quickly, and it went right through me. It felt like being electrocuted. I heard a loud crack from my neck and fainted. When I woke up, everything was foggy and spinning. So I went home, but it persisted, and I got more and more neurological symptoms. It turned out my neck broke. The joint keeping my head on my neck had snapped. I'm fused now with titanium rods and a lot of screws. I tell everyone it happened because I turned my head and have a condition that makes my joints and ligaments weak, which I do, but I never told anyone what I saw when it happened. I thought I imagined it until months later, when I heard a colleague tell someone about how we saw a tall shadow come into the room and walk straight across, certain out the other door. He was sitting opposite where I sat when it happened, so I was in the path it walked. I told him that I'd seen it too, and we discussed that it might be a doctor walking his rounds that's still here. As it is an old hospital, it sounds insane, which is why I haven't told anyone about what I saw, except my partner. I'm afraid people will think I'm crazy, but I have all x-rays and pictures of my scar to at least prove my neck was snapped, but I have no way to prove what I saw when it snapped. I still work at the same company, but since that month, I've been working from home, and I only go there if there are meetings, and it's crowded. It all started in 2016, when I moved into an apartment in New Brunswick with my daughter, Haley Ann, who was just 2 years old at the time. A few months after we settled in, I overheard her talking in her room. I went in and asked, "Who are you talking to?" She pointed to her bed and said, "It's Mackie. He's sitting there." I froze, unsure of how to respond, and simply walked away. trying to process what I had just heard. A few days later, while visiting my mom, I saw Haley Ann playing on a little slide. I noticed her wave her hand as if to say no, but there was no one there. She came running over to me, looking concerned, and mentioned Mackie, but didn't elaborate. Later that night, I asked her what Mackie looked like. She told me he was 4 years old and had boo-boos. When I asked for more details, she looked beside her and said, "He was sick. He has tubes coming from his arms." Then she ran off, leaving me quite unsettled. One night, I heard her crying softly, saying, "Mackie, don't sing that song. It scares me." She woke up screaming, claiming that Mackie was on the wall, crawling, and that he was scaring her. The next morning, as I headed to the laundry room, I saw a dark shadow figure wearing a black hat that looked like a cowboy hat. I had reached my limit. My downstairs neighbor, who was Native American, kindly offered to smudge my apartment. After that, things quieted down. In 2020, I decided to move to another apartment just up the road. A few months after moving in, Haley Ann discovered the bathroom, which had an old 3-panel mirror. She could open the side mirrors and talk to the reflection in the middle one. When I asked her what she thought she was doing, she replied, "Talking to my friends in the mirror." I thought it was a bit odd, but didn't think much of it at the time. However, she began spending more time in there, and one day I heard her say, "I can't wait for you to meet my baby sister. When she comes, I will show her to you." At that point, I was pregnant with her sister, Hazel. After hearing that, I decided she was no longer allowed to play in the bathroom. About a year later, I moved to a better place in Devon, and after 3 years of living there, the strange occurrences began once more. One day, my kids and I heard a woman singing, "You Are My Sunshine." It was unsettling when she started whispering it directly into my child's ear. It felt like something was mimicking us. One day, I distinctly heard my daughter screaming. I instinctively responded, but then it hit me. She was at a friend's house. One night, while sitting in my living room, my dog began to stare intently at the mirror. It was odd. He didn't even seem to be looking at his own reflection. I wondered what's going on here. Why am I plagued with all these paranormal happenings? And is there a way I can be rid of them? I'd like to preface this story with the fact that my mom passed away 6 months ago today. It was sudden, slightly unexpected, and happened only 2 weeks after my daughter was born. She was deeply paranoid about technology and was a lifetime heavy smoker. The haunting started shortly after her drawn-out wake and burial. Little things like the ladle flying out of the pancake bowl every time my son and I made pancakes. I easily brushed it off, but we just assumed she was saying hello. Fast forward to a week or so later, aside from the baby, the dog, and the cat, I'm home alone. I greet my husband and son at the door, and we all take the baby into her room. As I get ready to lay her down on the changing table, I notice a long piece of what appeared to be the type of dust that falls from the ceiling fan. As I lean to brush it off, I notice it's cigarette ash, and it looks like it's been freshly flicked off a cigarette. She was notorious for not flicking it until it was outlandishly long. Surprisingly, the thing that weirded us all out was the fact that the changing table sits where my mom's old bed was when my parents first moved into this house. We joke often that on another timeline, she's still alive, sitting in her bed, smoking cigarettes. However, starting in the middle of the night last night and running into today, my Alexa and my Google Home kept randomly saying, "The light is off." When I first heard it, I thought maybe my son or husband was silencing an alarm and she just misheard them. Today, it's just the sleeping baby and I in a completely silent kitchen, and it's still randomly happening. I checked the activity on both devices, and there was nothing. I really wanted to tell you all because I enjoyed these stories, especially when I'm missing my mom. She was such a huge paranormal fan, and my sisters and I have always said if she were to try and communicate, it would be through pranks and electronics. I'm glad that, in some ways, my mom is still with me, and I wish you all a great day. The scariest moment of my life happened in 2019. At that time, I was 15 years old, and I'm female for reference. My best friend, who was also 15, was over with me, and we were hanging out with my two younger sisters, aged 12 and 8, in my living room. We got up to go to the front door, which passed this house's main hallway, which lined all 6 bedrooms of the house. As we're passing the hallway, we all freeze as we watch a woman in an old-timey wedding dress walk from one room into another, leading a little girl who looked exactly like my younger sister by the hand. Behind her, we all stood, shaking. We talked about the woman and quickly realized only my friend and I had seen the little girl. After a few hours, we kind of forgot about it. This kind of thing is surprisingly normal in my house, and we don't know why. But later in the night, we split off. My 2 younger sisters went to their room, 2 steps across the hall from mine. My friend and I sat in the living room. In true teenage fashion, we pulled out some weed and a homemade pipe. About 2 puffs in, I hear my younger sister running down the hallway. My friend quickly threw everything under my blanket as I got up. My sister was banging on my door, begging me to let her in. I was scared she would smell the weed, so I was fighting against her to keep it closed. The whole time, she's screaming at the top of her lungs, "They're coming! They're coming! They're coming! Help me!" As I'm trying to keep the door closed, my friend and I had to get up and help. I'm talking to her through the door, saying, "Just go to your room. I'll be there in less than a minute." After probably a minute, the banging stopped. All of a sudden, my friend and I looked at each other, scared. The commotion woke up my parents, and they were about to smell the weed. I took a deep breath and counted to 10 before going across the hall to my sister's room. She has a loft bed, and when I walked in, no more than 15 seconds after the knocking stopped, she passed out in her bed. My other sister, Lacey, was in there, and I go, "What did she want?" Lacey looks at me, confused, and asks, "Who?" I pointed to my younger sister. In response, Lacey goes, "What do you mean?" She's been asleep for like 15 minutes. I just got out of bed and was heading to my room. At this point, I felt like I was being pranked. So I walked to my younger sister, who couldn't keep a straight face to save her life, and she's fast asleep. I checked her pulse, and it was calm, and there was no way it could have been her banging on the door, climbing her steps, and then pretending to fall asleep and slowing down her heart rate within the minute that had passed. I brought Lacey to my room and sat down with my friend. I explained to my friend that my younger sister was asleep, and she immediately got so frightened. She teared up. Then, I explained it to Lacey. She was banging on the door, saying something was going to get her, and it took all of our body weight to keep the door closed. I swore it was her. Lacey says, "There's no way. They'd been together the whole time." Now, My family, definitely at least, has one entity attached to us, and it will show itself to us and other family members often. Usually, it's just something we see from the corner of our eyes, or a shadow standing in the corner of a closet. But there was something about this experience that was so bone-chilling. Having someone not related to my family experience it. The struggle with this thing to keep my door closed, as it's using my sister's image to plead for me to let it in. What would have happened if I wasn't strong enough and it did get in? What was its end game? After that experience, I have seen it as my younger sister a few times, walking in doorways, in the reflection of windows behind me while doing dishes. It's terrifying, but we've mostly learned to live with it. What it is, I do not know. Music. I'm a bus driver in a small town in England. I think I've picked up a passenger soul on my bus. This happened 2 nights ago. I've worked with this bus company for 8.5 years. I've driven the same route for 3 years. And over this time, I've got regulars that I get to know, as I see them multiple times a day. Some young, some old, taking them to work, or taking them to the shop, some to bingo. I often jump out to help the older passengers with shopping and whatnot. I have a passenger that I have taken for the last 3 years. I've done this route, called Jane. She's an elderly lady who suffers from dementia. She was well functioning for the last 2.5 years, sometimes a little confused, but I was always patient and helped her however she needed, or she. I used to pick her up from the bus stop right outside her house, a 10-second walk away from her door to the bus stop. Every day, I'd take her from her house to the local shopping center, where she and her friends played bingo. Either way, her dementia worsened in the last 6 months after an incident on my bus, where she got very confused and distressed. I had to stop my bus and try and settle her down. Someone on the bus knew her son, who thankfully worked nearby and came over to help. I told my manager, who understood and approved for my passengers, to get off my bus and get the next one just behind so that I could stay with Jane. Her son came and calmed her down, got her home, and thanked me for the help. We spoke about Jane, and I explained how we had become friendly over the last few years that I'd been on the route. I explained she hadn't freaked out like this before, and he said he knew, and she spoke fondly of me, and that her dementia had worsened, causing her to have bad spells. He took my number and said he would get in touch to arrange a gift for looking after Jane. I insisted it was okay and didn't want a gift, but he insisted, and him and his mother left the bus. I never saw Jane again after that day, but I did see the son at the shops. He explained that Jane had gotten worse, and unfortunately, it wasn't safe for her to leave the house. I thanked him for letting me know, wished her all the best, and asked to be kept up to date with her condition, as we had become friends over the years. This leads to last night. I had been covering the late night shift all week, when at around 11:30 p.m., I was driving by Jane's house. The bus was completely empty, but as I approached the stop, I thought of Jane, as I normally do for some reason. However, I had an urge to stop the bus outside her house, as if someone were waiting to board. I could see there wasn't anyone there, but the urge was strong, so I did. I opened the doors and waited a second. The cold rush of air entered the bus, and I closed the doors and drove on. I could feel a presence on the bus, and after about 5 minutes later, or 6 stops, I felt someone next to my cab on the bus, like someone was waiting to get off. I stopped again and opened the doors. I felt the presence leave, and I continued, slightly confused. I fully believe in the paranormal, so when I got a call this morning from Jane's son telling me she passed away 2 nights ago in her home at around 11 p.m., I broke down. I had forgotten about the strange feeling I had the night with the presence on the bus until the funeral. I took the day off and attended the funeral for Jane before going back to her son's house for the week. The son's house was 30 seconds from the stop that I had left the presence off at. I don't know if this is crazy. Am I just being stupid? But I tell you, I'm sure I picked up a presence from right outside Jane's house 30 minutes after she passed and dropped it off at her son's house. Could I have taken Jane's soul on one final trip to see her son before she passed to whatever is beyond? I really want to believe I did. So I have comfort in the idea that I drove her one last time to see her son. One last time too. Does anyone else have an experience like this? My mom tells this story 25 years later, and her face still turns white. I lost a very small red dragon toy. For whatever reason, it was my absolute favorite, and I took it with me everywhere. I cried for months. They moved every piece of furniture, pulled seats out of their vehicle, emptied every box and cabinet and drawer in the house, looking for it, but never found it. The day of his funeral, she sat up with me on the kitchen counter to put my shoes on. My mom turned around for a second to pick my shoes up off the floor, and when she turned back to me, the toy was in my hand. She was in tears and asked, "Where did you find that?" 2-year-old me just said, "POA gave it to me." She asked, "Where is he now?" I replied, "He left." "Where did he go?" "He had to go. He said he loves us." And then I continued playing, like nothing happened. My husband and I were in Alaska on an ATV trail ride outside Denali, and we got so far ahead of everyone else that we stopped on the path to wait for them to catch up. I saw something come out from behind a tall bush that looked like ectoplasm, the kind you see in the movies. But then I instantly recognized it as my sister. I heard her say in my head that someone who I loved very much was going to die by the end of the year, and that it was going to be extremely difficult for me, but that she loved me and would be there to help me get through it. This was mid-August, and I spent the next 4 months kind of holding my breath, waiting to see who it would be. On Wednesday, December 18th, I called my second mom, our housekeeper, who had started working with us in 1958 when I was just a baby. She was the one person in my life who I always felt unconditionally loved by, because she had never yelled at me or spanked me, and I never felt judged by her, no matter what I told her I'd done. I had been calling her once or twice a week for years. One of her daughters answered the phone and said that she was in the hospital because she had a stroke that fried the left side of her brain, and she was in a vegetative state. I really wanted to go see her, but she was in another state. My kids were flying in for Christmas that weekend, and I didn't want to miss seeing them. I distinctly felt my sister's presence around me for weeks after her family pulled the plug that Saturday. I flew to my hometown in mid-January, as already planned. I was originally going to visit my mother and take my second mom out for her 89th birthday, but I attended her memorial mass instead. In February, I was going to have a difficult conversation with my husband, and when I sat down, I was very nervous. I felt Jay come up behind me and put her arms around me. Then I heard her very clearly whisper in my ear, "It's going to be okay. I promise, it's going to be okay." She and my sister have continued to be present for me at difficult times, especially when I was in trauma therapy. I had an encounter with an old friend years ago, back in 1999. I'm a musician who has been in a few bands from back in the day. We had a studio to play and practice in, and everything. I was the singer, and an old friend, Kevin, had come down and filled in as the drummer while we were out looking for a permanent drummer. He couldn't commit to the band, but was willing to help out. I knew him years before this. Anyway, we found our drummer and thanked him, and he was on his way. Months went by, and we lost the lease on the studio, so the band broke up. A few months later, I got a call for a guitar player in a country band. So, now I'm playing guitar. Things are going well. We have a CD and a financial broker who owns the record studios and also wants to buy us a bus. It couldn't get any better. Long story short, the singer, who doesn't drink, gets drunk, cusses out our financial backer, and we lose it all. I pack up and head for the Great Lakes, found a band, and started gigging. A year later, I was transferred back home to Virginia. Every year, there's a band and jam competition in my hometown, and this year, I decided to just be a spectator. So, I went to the stage area, listened to one of the bands, and got a push from behind. It was my old buddy Kevin. He was with a beautiful girl I'd never seen before. Not his wife, but they both looked great. He looked better than I'd ever seen him. We chit-chatted for a while about music and what I'd been doing. He then told me he had sold his drums and hadn't been playing that much, which floored me. Then he said, "Do you want to get another beer?" I said sure. So we went to the kegs, poured ourselves a beer, and continued to drink while listening to the band. After the band finished, we had some time before the next band started. The perfect time for a bathroom break. When I came back, Kevin was out of sight, so I hung out for a little while longer. It was getting boring, and for some reason, I, the guy who knows everyone, didn't know anyone there, so I decided to leave. 2 weeks went by, and I went to see some musician friends of mine. A singer friend who married another drummer friend asked if I had gone to the band jam, and I said I did. She asked if I saw anyone I knew, and I told her I saw Kevin. We hung out for a while, but besides that, I hadn't seen anyone. She became infuriated and kept telling me I was lying. She was furious and didn't want to hear anything I had to say. She told me Kevin had been dead for almost a year. He had stepped in front of a bus in Florida and was run over and died. I was in shock and couldn't understand why she was treating me like this. I couldn't explain, and she wouldn't let me. She said he was dead, and that was that. So I went home. I did speak with his widow just last year, and she confirmed that he had sold his drum kit. I told her the story, and she just said, "Oh, that's interesting." I kind of left it at that, unsure if she thought I was lying. I don't think I imagined it. I truly believe I got to hang out with an old friend for about 30 minutes, even though he had passed away. At first, I thought maybe he faked his death, but after talking with those who went to his funeral, I knew he was in the ground. I spoke and saw him, had a beer with him, and that's pretty much all there is to it. I am Indian, specifically a Punjabi Sikh, and in my culture, some people believe in Patar. From what I understand, Patar are spirits connected to you, often family members who are stuck on Earth. It's said that they sometimes take belongings from the living. I've been dealing with this for years, and of late, it's become too much to handle. The first time it happened, I was a kid. My mom, who kept cash in the house, discovered that $7,000 had gone missing. It was just the two of us living in the house, so there wasn't anyone else who could have taken it. A while later, another $3,000 vanished. Years later, something even stranger happened. My mom told me to go to her bank safety deposit box to take out a necklace. Inside the box was also her wedding jewelry, gifted by her parents. But when she went to retrieve it, the jewelry wasn't there, and no one could explain how it had vanished. Then, things started happening to me personally. I remember one day sitting on the couch and realizing one of my hoop earrings was missing. I searched the entire house for hours, but couldn't find it. Eventually, I gave up. Then, right in front of me, it reappeared, just sitting on the floor, as if it had been placed there. You might say I just overlooked it, but there's more. I also have a gold chain that holds a lot of sentimental value. It was given to my mom by my grandma on my dad's side when my parents got married, and my mom passed it down to me. My grandma never liked my mom or me, and my parents are divorced. One day, I felt the chain wasn't on me anymore, even though I had just seen it. I had sent a Snapchat to a friend showing me wearing it, and then I searched everywhere, but couldn't find it. Frustrated, I went upstairs to tell my mom, and when I came back downstairs, the chain was just lying on the sofa, as if someone had just placed it there. At this point, my auntie in India went to see a medium who said this was the work of a male spirit connected to the family. For a while, nothing more happened, and I thought it was over. But a month ago, things started up again while I was visiting my family in London. One morning, I woke up and realized one of my earrings was missing. My family and I tore the hotel apart, searching everywhere for it. But it was gone. That night, I saw the shadow of a short person running, but I dismissed it, not wanting to freak myself out. Later, my mom told my aunt to contact the medium again. This time, they said it was my grandma who had taken my earring. What made it creepier is that my grandma was a short woman. When I returned home, the activity intensified. My favorite shirt disappeared, then a fake ring I loved, and after that, an earring and bracelet went missing too. The final straw came today. Last year, I visited my family in India around my birthday. My aunt, who doesn't have much money, gave me the most meaningful gift, a gold bracelet, something I had dreamed of owning. Today, when I went to wear it, the bracelet was gone. I can't describe how awful it felt. The gift held extreme sentimental value to me, and now it just vanished. I'm completely drained from dealing with this. If anyone knows anything I can do to stop this from happening, or better yet, retrieve my belongings, I would be sincerely grateful. When I was a child, I witnessed a spectral apparition. My mother and I saw exactly the same thing in the same place. I didn't see that thing right away. I only saw her when my mother asked me to get out of bed because we were in bunk beds made of wood, the time we lived in Chamonix in France. I was living in hell at 12 John MMO Street on the first floor. My mother had left my father because he used to beat her, and I was the scapegoat at my school. The neighbors in the apartment above ours frequently prevented us from sleeping at night by throwing dishes in the bath, hitting furniture, banging the walls, and shouting loudly. I was sleeping soundly that night until my mother started talking loudly, trying to wake me up and telling me there was some kind of demon that appeared to her. At first, I was afraid and refused to join her because I needed sleep. But then I gave in. As I went down the ladder on all fours, I noticed that a blue light was reflecting from the ceiling and spreading throughout the room, even though I knew full well that we had turned everything off. I also noticed that the neighbors in question were practicing some sort of strong invocation, which made us hear strange sounds. As I went down the ladder, I struggled with the temptation to turn my head to the right to see where all the blue light was coming from. Then, it was only after joining my mother in her bed and after several requests from her that I ended up looking at this thing face to face. The ghost was a half-skeletal corpse, and it was lighting up the room with its blue light. It had the features of my maternal grandfather. The creature spoke to us, but we were too afraid to pay attention to its words. The thing then vanished, and we were left in complete darkness. At the time of its disappearance, the neighbors stopped speaking, and we heard them running and opening the door to their apartment. That's when we heard them running down the stairs, as if they were fleeing something that was chasing them. We heard the squeal of their shoes with every turn they took. They were then heard leaving the building and slamming the main door with a din. That was the last I ever heard of it, and I'm glad to not have heard it since. Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. I really appreciate each and every one of you tuning in. I hope you've been enjoying Ghost Week. Tomorrow, we're going to hit you up with the grand finale, Day 5, so tune in. It's going to be a good one. Try and get here early as well. I like answering your comments and interacting with you guys. So, hopefully, see you there. That's all from me, other than a huge thanks to my members and patrons who get some cool exclusive perks for a small monthly donation. If that is something you'd be interested in, follow the links in the description to find out more. But that's it from me. Stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one. Good night.